Let's see if we go live here. Hey, there we go. So, what we're doing today, different than some of you might be used to here, since we're doing a lot of Pokemon streams. I'm also wearing headphones because I want to listen to music, and you guys can't listen to my music. And I don't feel like setting that up on the laptop, and I don't have speakers, so we're just going headphones to the phone. There you go. There's Motoko. And actually, a bunch of you may already even have these, because some of you I know that follow have bought this, maybe not this exact pair, but these III headphones. Quite like the brand. If you look at professional or audiophile grade, there might be some better ones, because these are more DJ oriented, but they are professional, like DJ headphones that does push the sound towards a certain type. And these are the wireless ones. So decent enough quality, especially, and they do high res over or aptX HD or whatever over Bluetooth. So that's what we'll be rocking for me, so I can listen to my tunes and jam out. We're going to be doing a couple things here. This Logitech, or not Logitech, this Razer built-into laptop webcam is awful. Nothing I can do about that. Contrast, picture quality, just... however, we will be doing PC repair, some PC building. I'm going to give you some tech tips on will I do that, since I'm going to be plugging in a bunch of adapters I previously recommended on Twitter. Maybe I'll link those over in the chat. I should probably do that for you guys when I do those. We might do a bit of shopping, because once we get those adapters in, I need to order some more, specifically Wi-Fi antennas, Wi-Fi adapters. Those are for the new home theater PC. And then I also need the Type-C extension. So the USB Type-C header on a motherboard, the one that comes in the Define Define 7 XL, for me is not long enough for how I want to route the cables. I did find a place that makes extensions. I need to measure up to see how long. For wondering why the hair is so crazy, no shower today. It's the weekend. It's a Sunday. We're just getting the stream on. I wanted, I gotta get some stuff done around here, cleaned up a bit so we actually have room to work. We do have the Logitech cam is back up and running there, so you can see that's what you'll be seeing most of the time. And then we will go to the Razer cam to do some close-ups, because we can get, like that close, if not closer to things. The good old Snom and our new Grubbin that got his bottom chopped off. Yeah. Oh, and then I do have to put a NUC together for somebody. It's been sitting here for a long time. I really need to get it together. So we're gonna get some stuff rolling. Then we might actually head over, to this to the Pokemon table over here, and use this Marnie mat that's getting a bit worn as our PC assembly table or mat. Because I don't have one of those nice anti-static ones from Gamers Nexus. I really want to pick one up. I think I'd get the smaller one, because the bigger one's too big for a lot of my work areas. So let's get rolling. If you guys have any questions, feel free to hit me up in chat. As always, we've finally added all of our contact info down in the description. Like the channel's Twitter, my Twitter, Instagram. We have a Discord now, so if you guys join that, I can do more with helping you with PC repair, or if you just want to talk tech. Essentially, we got a lot of people in there that are in IT. So we go all the way from consumer, all the way to enterprise, like full on working for the government, that sort of stuff. So let's get rolling. We're gonna use that main cart there. I might go over some stuff, while we look for some parts that I need. Alright, well I gotta move my car real quick. Let's get this computer over here for now first though. Oh, gosh, this thing's gotten heavy with all these hard drives in here. Oh! I did buy this CPU cooler. This is like the Linus Tech Tips edition one. I did buy it for this build. I still don't know if it's staying in here though, since everything else has the brown fans. I was considering using their new passive one, but it kind of gets in the way of everything because it's so big. Also, it's a server, so I don't really have to worry about it being quiet. And it's been sitting for a while again since I was last able to work on it. And it's just dusty in the basement here. So I'll be right back. I gotta move my car. So I'll see you guys in a couple seconds. I don't know if that's a better angle or not, but it's an angle. I'll also be using that camera for when I want to show you specific things in the build and stuff like that. Alright, I'm back. I had to blow the old schnoz. You know? Got my car moved. For those wondering, I'm also running some benchmarks on the old repair PC over here that will slowly be getting upgrades. Especially with the fact that it will not support Windows 11, and technically the system replacing it actually still will not support Windows 11. My main desktop right now is X99 based, 5900K, or 6900K. It was a 59 something 30X or something. And unless you get a TPM module for the X99 platform, it will not be compatible because it has the port on it for TPM, but it does not have TPM on it, like built in. So you have to get the module. However, ever since Microsoft's announcement, and you gotta remember X99, it goes X99, X299, and then there's newer platforms than that yet from Intel. Nothing that's a direct replacement, but it's like 2 full generations old at the moment. So like if you didn't buy those if you needed them previously, getting them now is gonna be nigh impossible. I have a feeling, especially with people like already scalping them. Essentially, like they've bought up all of the places that would normally supply them are all bought up. So I have a feeling that my desktop will forever be stuck on Windows 10, even once it becomes a repair computer. And I'm basically stuck waiting until Zen 3 launches on Threadripper to upgrade, because Zen 3's being in such a big improvement, I don't want to waste money on Zen 2, especially if a new motherboard's needed, stuff like that. Supposedly it'll be out by end of 2021, but we've heard nothing really. Like, you would think AMD would have already hinted at it or something, but we'll have to see. Yeah. Alright, and so what's going on here is this is pretty much all done, not on this side, however. I have to decide what I'm doing with those fans yet. On the other side, let me get this flipped around for you. Oh, it's got wheels, guys. I can just turn the cart. There you go, and let's flip over to the Razer camera. I gotta name these scenes at some point. So, Razer camera. Here you go. We have all the MN PC tech. Let me straighten out this. There you go. We have all the MN PC tech fangirls on the front there. Probably saw it last time I was streaming. I've routed cleanly all the front I/O down from the front. It all comes down here. Some of these fans may still need more extensions. I don't know yet necessarily, because I have yet to decide where the fan hub is going. However, all the fans come down the back side. I don't even know if you can see that back there. Right there, you should be able to see some coming out right there. But all the I/O from the left side here, like, so that's gonna be, I unplugged the front audio, and I will put plugs on there so people know not to use them. Because I don't use that, especially for a server, there's no need. And then the Type-C, front Type-C, I think the power switch and click, they go down potentially that side. The other way, they're routed with the fans down the back very cleanly. And the reason why I did that is this will be top to bottom your SSDs. I have some new SSDs to put in here. No, I did not download the whole internet, but there's going to be more. There's going to be 3 more here. They're all 8 terabytes. They'll be running in RAID Z2, I believe. Or they'll be like ZFS. So basically, 2 of the 8 drives will be redundant. For now, it's going to be set up as I might be using it on RAID style, because that way I can do 5 drives with 2 redundant and just add 3 more. But yeah, I definitely need it too, because my current server that only has a RAID 5 of 4 8 terabyte drives is definitely full, like full. And if it kept having to delete stuff and move stuff around, this has been needed for probably a year or more. Up here, it's going to be boot SSDs in RAID 0. I haven't decided these are going to be VMs for sure. This is, I don't know if they're going to be in RAID 0 or RAID 1 yet. If they're in RAID 1, obviously you got to have it backed up to the hard drives. Otherwise, you're going to lose your shit. But yeah, this came out super clean. And the reason why I need it this clean and all of these grilled off there is because there's going to be a ton of wires coming off these drives. Or if I have to unplug one or something, I don't want to have to get into the fan and wreck stuff. It also looks super clean, if you ask me. I'll probably end up with like a brown cable mod cables for this in the end. For now, we're just going to use standard Seasonic with extensions because it's tall enough to need the extensions. Yeah, so it'll be something like 48 terabytes probably. Or maybe not usable 48, but pretty close. So the next stuff that we need to do on this is going to be on the other side that I showed you earlier. And it's all this little stuff. Let's see here. Okay. Don't ignore the Pokemon. If you enjoy the Pokemon cards, come back when we do that as well. I've got a whole bunch of adapters that we're going to need for this build here. Alright. So, here's some of the adapters I'll be putting in right now. Right angle capacitated Cooler Master 24-pin adapter. So what that does is just makes it easier to plug in your 24-pin. It's not as much of a stretch, like bend to get it in. And it's got the capacitors for initial load. That's just always nice to have. We have a right angle USB Type-C. Sadly, this won't, this adapter will be getting plugged in, but the actual cable won't because I need an extension. However, I need to figure out how long the extension needs to be before I order it because you have to custom order them. Then we have something that a lot of you will probably get use out of. The more classic, older USB 3. Here's a right angle adapter for that. Normally you got this big whopping connector here. That is hard to get into your motherboard. Well, this is a right angle, available in both directions with this pin on, obviously like a little bit away from each other, either way, left or right angle, I guess you could call it. And that'll just clean that up, make it so much easier out, because you can have that big bulk then behind the cable or the motherboard, rather than on the front side, if you know what I mean. Like it'll just wrap around, and then you can deal with this, because this connector has a bigger one, the same one that goes on the other side, so it's just a big whopper that I would recommend. If you have heat shrink big enough, use heat shrink. Most people probably don't, so then electrical tape. Or you can even use zip ties. And I can show you how to do that. It gets pretty bulky with the zip ties, but you basically zip tie it this way, like together, so it can't pull apart. You can use this lip here and that lip there on the other side, and then I would even zip tie the zip ties tight so that they can't come undone. Otherwise, just electrical tape it. Just because this connection is big, it's wide but super thin, so it easily comes apart. Next up, we just have this cable mod USB, standard USB 2 extension. Because of how I cleanly routed those cables in the Define 7XL, they're no longer long enough, so I needed one of these. Cable mod was still the cheapest, and there are not right angles available, as far as I can tell, for the standard USB 2 interface. Not that bad, because it's not a huge bulky connection. And then once again, because those cables in the motherboard are not long enough, these are just your power, reset, etc. extensions. So these will just be needed to get it to where it needs to be, and then I'll tie up the excess. These are quite nice ones, actually, like way overkill. They were cheap, So if any of you need any links for any of this stuff, let me know. Because they were all on my Twitter previously. My Twitter account's linked in the description at the Propsist. I'll see if I can find them for you. It might have been a while ago at this point, but hey. Yeah, it's looking like it was quite a while ago at this point. Alright, I've got some of them here for you. I'll link them. Here is the... There are lower profile versions of this. This to me seems to be the most finished version. And here is Right Angle 3.0 in chat. It is available in both left and right. And sorry, they're not direct links to the products. They're linked on the Twitter posts. And here's the Right Angle Type C. This one's a bit more jank, but it'll do what I need it to do. Some of the cables used to come right angle, but they stopped doing that because they didn't know if they were right or left. If you know what I mean. I have a feeling that the Logitech camera is not focusing properly. Just realized that. Well, I guess we'll have to use the Razer camera for the close-ups, yeah, because it's... The Logitech camera, for the reason, really likes focusing up close. But then when you want it to, like, it doesn't know what to focus on far, so you have to manually do it. However, you can only manually focus before you start using it, which is super duper 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 annoying. Alright, so let's go with the easiest thing first here. And I'll pop this open on the up-close Razer camera here for you. Maybe I should get my Stream Deck out and start using it. I'm running out of ports on my little Razer Blade Stealth here, though. Maybe we should set up a computer specifically for streaming, like I used to have. So here it is. It's just right angle adapter. Now, some of you will complain that it's pretty tall. It makes it about the same height as your RAM. If you have slightly taller, like gamer or RAM, which most of you probably do. Then all you have to do is plug it in here. It's a much nicer, cleaner loop rather than having to like loop all the way over, if you ask me. And then it has capacitors in there, just like the SATA type of stuff I use, which is super duper nice. That way, on initial startup and load, it pulls from there, so you wouldn't hit like over current. It just makes it easier on your power supply, really. Not needed, but it is a nice little addition. They do make cheaper ones of those, like I said. Some, like a lot of them are flatter, so instead of going up and adding this connector is the one flat, and then this one's added on the end. So they're much flatter, but they're much longer this way. So instead of being tall, they're wide. Seems like you are a connection. Maybe? I do not get what you mean, but I will show you this. Here you go. That's what that looks like. Now we can just take our 24 pin right from here and go straight in there rather than having to loop it all the way around. Much cleaner. And I did originally, these rubber pieces were right here. Now, because like I say with SATA, it's actually quite hard to go straight from here. Like it's a very tight connection. Get the wrap right there. A lot of times will use the further ones away. Yes, you need a little bit longer cables, but then it makes it easier to plug and unplug them when needed. And since this is a server, or going to be a server, that's going to be kind of important for troubleshooting and that sort of stuff. I try to build my systems for how they're going to be used, not just look pretty. Now, if we can get them to look pretty in the process, heck yeah, you know? Why the heck not? Next up, right below that is the Type-C connector. So that's this little guy here. And you really got to take a look at the pictures they had on Amazon for this listing to make sure you get the right direction. But it's really going to help clean up the connections. I do wish this was a little bit cleaner. It's just a bare PCB and a bare connector. But I guess they're trying to keep it as small as they can. Like I was saying, a lot of the early USB-C cables for cases came right angled. They don't anymore because they don't know which right angle it is. That's why the Amazon listing has two different directions. So it's just right down here now. And you can see that's going to be way easier to get. Instead of having to loop this cable and have a tall connector like EA tall in there, it just plugs right in there. And in this case, we're probably going to have to come out the bottom of here for it to be the most clean, like go like that. Same thing with 24 pin. This is a little tall. But, you know, every case can't line up with every motherboard perfectly. If you were to go with like a slightly different motherboard, some of these are sometimes on the bottom. This would really benefit. This is a X470. This would really benefit from an X570 board. But the parts were picked out long before that was an option. Long before. This is taken. Life's crazy, guys. Let's put it that way. Let's see what do we got up next here. They don't do other side because they don't necessarily know what the gap is going to be. Like standoff-wise, they're pretty standard nowadays. But especially with ITX, it gets kind of crazy. I have seen people reroute them, like resolder them. Go look at some builds of them. I've seen people build very, very clean setups with where they're like APUs or iGPUs, or they'll use a PCI Express extension, but all the 8-pin, 24-pin, like all that power stuff is all rerouted so you can plug it in from the back. I've considered doing it before. It's really cool. You do have to make sure like repin stuff and whatnot, or a lot of them would just solder wires directly to the backside of the motherboard. This is the right angle 3.0 connector. Just pop like that, and then it routes it around. Rather than making it like making that giant plug, you have to plug it on the front side. You can route that around the back side. Make life a whole bunch easier. Hopefully this 8 inches roughly is going to be long enough, so I don't need an extension as well, since it was a little short. In this case, mine is on the bottom here. And it goes just like that. So, it's right there. Nice and clean. You don't have that big giant cable plugging in here with all that excess, or having to come up from the bottom here. Like that's how I would have done, so you wouldn't have to do this sharp right angle. Much cleaner. I only recently found out about those. I knew about some extensions that you could use, or Cable Mod used to have them, but Cable Mods are like a foot or two long. Whereas this should be plenty to now make the. You can kind of see the blue in the basement there, I think. it should be plenty long to now make that work. It'll blow my nose again. Stir up some dust. Alright, and here I'll show you, we got two things up next. Very simple USB 2.0 extension here, and then we have these I/O extensions. Now, the reason why you pay for these, you can get generic ones or you make your own, but these are at least labeled. What I found in the past using generic ones, they just give you the same two separated pins for everything. Which means you plugging them in, like, you have to label them yourself somehow. Or same thing happens with you make your own. Like, you have to come with a labeling system so you know what's power, reset, LED, etc. Whereas these come labeled. I believe these are even, like, it's like gold-plated connectors and silver wire. Like, it's, you could literally use anything. Like, I've used old fan wires for this sort of stuff before. What I am going to do, though, is heat shrink these to the existing ones so they don't come unplugged. We're going to make them much, much cleaner. That way I don't have to worry about, like, when I'm tugging on stuff and routing stuff, them coming apart. You could also, if you don't have heat shrink, which is very, very cheap, and you can just use a lighter if you don't have a heat gun, you can use electrical tape. And this will just pop in there real fast. I really wish there was writing ones of these, but USB 2s, like some motherboards, ASRock has been putting them back. If you look at their new higher-end X570 Type Chi, they brought physical USB 2.0s back to the back. And because they only previously had headers, and even in some cases, some brands have even got rid of the USB 2.0 headers on motherboards. You need USB 2.0 for a lot of stuff. So, like, specifically USB 2.0. Though some stuff I found now, too, doesn't work properly on 2.0, even if it is supposed to be 2.0. Because it either draws too much power or it's outside of spec, then you have to use a 3.0 port. So this looks fine. I always think cable mods extensions are too long. It's like a foot. And I just need to get around to the back, essentially. Thanks for hanging out today, guys, by the way. I appreciate it. USB. Now, this technically has two USB 2.0s. One of them is right here, part of the ROG extension. Like, because you can get a front panel controller for this thing. Like, that goes in a 5 1/4 or 3.5 inch bay. Or they might go through the back. A bunch of different options there. Since it's an ROG board, the only reason I have this motherboard for a server is because it lets you split up the PCI Express lanes 8x, 4x, 4x to the CPU, 4x to the motherboard, 4x to the chipset. Whereas even on some newer X570 boards, it's still 8x, 8x, and no other way to do it. And I need a 8x for my HBA, 4x for a 10 gig card, 4x for a 10 gig card, and then my GPU, RX 588 gig, will actually be going in the bottom slot there. Because it's mostly using for compute, not for like graphics performance or stuff like that. This isn't a server. Yeah, GPU accelerate things, you know, that sort of stuff. I'm gonna be playing around with that. And you guys didn't see that at all. Top slot, 8x. You can make this one 4x, not just 8x. And there's another M.2 that goes off the CPU here that I put an adapter in to make a 4x PCIe slot. That's what that white one is. And no, they don't make them black. They make them green and red other than white. And I went white because I thought it was the best looking otherwise. The USB 2.0 extension's already in. That's going to go to the front panel. I might run the other one for the ROG extension over to the back panel here. Might not. Because it's a server, I shouldn't need to plug that many things in, you know? But it's there if I need to use it for something, you know? Maybe a USB key or a internal USB drive, stuff like that. Alright, now for the hardest of these three. And that's going to be, you guys can kind of see fine when I'm here. So here's our USB 3.0. It lines up bang with that, which is great. Let's get the fan cables out of the way here. And here's where what can come in handy is like a tie wrap or two. Like I'm trying to keep these fan cables out of the way for just for now. Just throw a tie wrap around it. Tie wrap them up together. You know, nothing tight. You don't have to have it like crazy tight, right? But then throw another one because these are longer. Throw another one in there this way, and you can find some place to zip tie it up to. At least temporarily, if that makes sense. Here's one. And I just need something to get these and keep these out of the way while I work on some of this other front I/O here. Or some of the front I/O. So here's our USB 2.0. That should be around here someplace. Yep, right here. I'm trying to keep everything super clean and hidden around the edges of the case. That's my preferred method of doing stuff. Now, I definitely have a piece of heat shrink that can go over that. So you don't have to worry about it coming unplugged, because all that's holding there is friction with pins. I wish I had something more zoomed in. However, where I have to have my cameras, it's not really an option with just using webcams without like cropping in or something. If there's something specific you guys want to see, just hit me up and let me know. And I will try to get that for you. I think I need to get the power supply in just to know where it's going to be. It's going to make things harder to work with, but right now I like don't know where it's going to be sitting. Like exactly, I would have been like, how much room do I have to put other stuff is what I'm getting at. For these USB 2.0 connectors here, for the internal ones, I'm going to use the same 3:1 5/8 heat shrink I used for the fan connectors. That's actually meant for USB 3.0 external cables. But it's kind of like a good size for everything related to PCs, because they're all the connectors except the USB 3.0 header connector are right around that same size, and with 3:1 it'll shrink down nicely around it. heat shrink over top, a little bit extension on both sides. That's what really, because you're not, like, it's not sticky in this case. I don't have sticky heat shrink because I don't like using it in most cases. All we're doing is taking the two ends so they can't pull out. Yeah, the heat shrink, or heat gun. I definitely need an extension. So we heat this up a little bit, get the heat gun going. There we go. And shrink this bad boy up here. You don't need the really hot setting. And unless you have a need, like I've said in the past, I don't recommend a heat gun with like temperature control. Those usually end up being worse actually than just the ones like this Milwaukee that just have 2 temperatures. There's just more you have to deal with. Reminder: both the heat gun's now hot, as is the heat shrink. So, just a reminder. I really want a cordless heat gun, but like doing my research on them, supposedly like all of them are crappy. If you guys know a good one, let me know. Even if it's like not a Milwaukee like I normally use. So that's how this turned out. Same way as all the fan cables. That's just not coming unplugged now. We don't have to worry about that, and we can route it how we want. And that is one thing I do like about the Define series. They have up top 2 USB 2, 2 USB 3, 1 USB 3.1. Like, they don't go, oh, we added Type C, so now you lose a USB 2, or you lose a USB 3, or you only have 1 USB 3, 1 USB 2. You know, they just give you everything. That's how that's going to have to be. Because this 8 inches is not long enough to do anything spectacular with. Because this is so stiff, maybe I can do that. Go straight up with it. That's how it's going to have to be, is right there. So I got to keep that big, thick connector. grab the other camera here. So here's how I'm thinking about doing that. Put a zip tie up like that. That keeps those connectors like together and vertical. Because the 8 inches wasn't enough to get this like to overlap down here. And then like this having to bend back, it's not long enough to go flat against the bottom. So I think that this is essentially going to be our best bet. You know, like something like that. Normally what I would do is I don't have a big enough heat shrink for this, so you could electrical tape it. It's such a big connector that I don't know if that'll work really all that well. You could also zip tie top to bottom, like that, but the lip on the motherboard side is very small compared to the one on the extension side. So if you had a bit more lip, you just basically tie wrap it like that on both sides, and it would work, but I'm probably going to skip out on that. There's a little screw hole I can use here, followed up by a little slot we can go back through over here. And hopefully that's looking good from this side. Yeah, looking decent from that side. This is exactly how I want it, right like that. The 632 screw holes are sometimes just a bit too skinny for these tie wraps to do what I want them to do and go through very nicely. Let's look on this side. There's a bit more pushing through. Oh, jeez. Could have even possibly gone through the bottom. That might have been cleaner. But then we're going to hit where the power supply is, and I don't want to do that. Yeah, that looks clean. I don't think we have any issues with that. It feels tight. Feels good. USB 2.0 looks kind of jank. We'll figure out what we can do about that. It's just because it wants to be like there, but it can't be because it wants to naturally sit right there. So a lot of this too is if cables want to naturally go someplace, you kind of let them. Especially because I'm tucking a lot of them under this edge here, which is a nice clean way to keep them going into the power supply area, if you know what I mean. Alright, so next up is this USB 3.0. Alright, so next up is this guy here. That's your 3.0 Type-C connection. You guys saw me put, and as you can see, that's not long enough to get where we need to. We need to get right there. So over to here, and then down to the floor of the case, and then plugged into that. that's not gonna, like what I have there from the case is not going to be long enough. And the reason, if you're wondering why those are always so short, or they're like exactly long enough, or a lot of times too short, it's because they're so expensive. The Type C stuff is, a lot of times they still have to hand make those cables. Last time I saw like a warehouse walkthrough of that. So they tend to make those as short as they humanly possibly can. I'm just changing up my tunes here to something specific. Ooh, let's go with Your Song Is Good. So if you guys want to listen to the same tunes that I'm going to, we're going to listen to Your Song Is Good. So toss some of those tunes on. Think of it as like a ska / calypso. Some good background tunes, you know? If you want to get the same vibe that I've got going, that's what you want to grab. Alright, so we're going to go to scene 4 here. And here is what we need to order. Right there. It has that it needs to connect to the bottom, and it says it has screw holes on it. You'll see there. Screw holes. So you can mount it to the case or however we want to do that. And then it's got a flat ribbon cable. Not as durable, from what I could tell, as maybe the standard cable. You can see it up in there. And then they have it plug in right there and route up. Not a bad idea. That's kind of messy cable management, if you ask me. I would have gone all down the front there, as you can see on my current build. So this is the only 3.1 Gen 2 Type C front panel header I have found, period. Extension, I should say. Header extension that I found, period. 5 to 60 centimeters, 30 centimeters, about a foot. For those American people. We need to measure how long of a cable we need. And to do that, we need a cable. That's the easiest way to do this usually. What do I have? Oh, I can use like a couple fan extensions here. So here's what we're going to use. Now you can see what we're doing. Fan extensions here. We probably, like 2 of these is going to be 60, so that's going to be a max of what's needed. Yeah, and I should have ordered more fan extensions, but I forgot. These are the NUC10 ones. Not my favorite, but they come free with the fans. It's just because the heat shrink on them is very stiff and bulky. So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to act like we're that cable, and then we're going to measure how much we need. So I'm going from this side, and maybe give yourself a little bit of slack unless you know exact, because remember that's a flat cable, and this is a round cable. So you might need more length of that to, like, you know, get around. But I'm going to say right about there is where I want to be for that. Oh, here, I can actually get you guys, if you want to listen to some Your Song Is Good, I'll link you some. They have one of their more recent what do I call it? Concerts up on YouTube. Here you go. Here you you guys go. Jam out to that while you're watching this. That'd be my recommendation. Yeah, if you can't find their tunes elsewhere, they should be on, like, most of their stuff, newer stuff at least, should be on, like, Spotify, Apple Music, Deezer. I like when I'm working on stuff like this, I like a lot of music that is got some good vibes to it, you know, but low. It doesn't have to have no vocals, but low on the vocals. Just because it kind of, you know, like, takes your focus away from what you're working on. Alright, so this cable is about where it should be. We need to make it down here to where this can plug in. And I'm probably going to have to drill some holes in the bottom of the case. Or it needs to mount here, because that wouldn't be too bad. Mounting like on the bottom side of that, like bam, look at that, that'd be perfect. Right? So, here, that connector would probably be 30 centimeters. You know what I mean? That's an issue. Because if I want to mount it here, let me take a look at that picture on the website real quick. Yeah, and they're saying the 30 centimeters is only cable, so it doesn't include the connector. That could make it workable for me. They have a 45 though. And I have a feeling that 30 centimeters... Okay, so 30 centimeters would probably be this cable right here. I need probably that much to make it clean. Now I gotta go get our... This is why you always keep a tape measure that also has metric on it if you're not from a metric country. And here's what I recommend for those of you that aren't from metric countries, is pick up this. You can't get this Milwaukee one anymore. It's discontinued. This is a better one than they make now, but they still make a decent metric and standard tape measure in these smaller 5 meters / 16 feet. For most things, that's all you need. So here we're looking at 40 centimeters. So that's a little bit under that 45, but say if I go to the connector on the cable here, that is more than 30. So just like on that USB 3.0, the 30 centimeters on this NUC10 is not including connectors. 30 centimeters is between, like basically between the two pieces of the heat shrink, and I needed about 40 to make that a nice clean run. So that's what you use. It's just do some wire you already have. In this case, I had fan extensions, easily accessible. And I'm going to order up that 45 centimeter cable right now because I cannot finish this until I have it. I mean, I can get the server up and running, but I cannot finish the project. Here, move the cart. For those wondering, here is the, if you guys need some fan extensions, remember how I said I was missing some? Or I needed some more? Here is the cheapest decent fan extensions. And your best bet for a lot of these cables now that are becoming more standard is Amazon, third-party sellers. Do be aware all of my links are affiliate links, so I do make some revenue off them. I gotta make sure you guys know that. Otherwise Amazon gets mad at me. You know, classic Amazon. Let's see if I can find you guys those I/O. Yep, here's the I/O extensions that we're going to be putting in momentarily here. Yeah, these are silver-plated gold wire, silver-plated wire, gold-plated plug. The big thing for me is that they were actually marked. I can show you here if we hop over to, there you go. That's what I'll be linking in chat here. They're not the cheapest. There are probably some cheaper ones, but a lot of those do not have labels on the wires. And a lot of these, this is how you take some of your stuff next level, guys. It's not like by getting better hardware, in my opinion. That can't help, but it really is like cleaning it up. Like, and if you find stuff that annoys the crap out of you when you build, or have to, the bigger thing is when you have to support it. Like, if you have to take it apart, and you're like, oh, this fucking sucks. Or like your USB 3.0 header always becomes unplugged. This is a big bulky thing. There's now, and there always have been some fixes for that, but because PC building is becoming more and more mainstream, there is these parts, these more custom parts, they're like $10 here and there, 10, 20 bucks here and there, are getting more and more common and cheaper and more available, which I super duper like. Now, I would only recommend toying around with that stuff on like a $1,200 plus build, because with these accessories, you're probably gonna hit $100 just in little like adapters and doodles and shit. Now, at a minimum, for like even a sub $1,000 build, I would say buy those fan extensions and buy one of the like $10 to $20 fan hubs. You will make your life so much easier because you can just plug everything in the one hub, run one wire and motherboard, control that one header. So much easier. And that's what I plan on doing here. Just clean that up a little bit. Okay, in this case, I don't have a place to tie wrap this USB 2.0 connector, but let me show you this. I already have the 3.0 tie wrapped, right? So, if I have no place to tie wrap this to keep it tight, but this is tie wrapped, you know what you do? You tie wrap this to that. Bam, done. And remember, all this, I tend to keep all the things that never get moved or unplugged very tight. Because why not? Like even if you change a motherboard, that's probably not moving. Especially if you stick with the same brand. Here's tie wraps I recommend too. Let's see if I can find those. There we go. Okay, so if you guys are used to them, the ones you're probably normally using are the 4-inch cable ties. But what I would recommend is getting the same size, but in 8 inches. And let's see here. Yep, I do have it. I buy Cable Control, seems to be a good brand for me. And that 4-inch size is what's called an 18-pound cable tie, because they go by weight, like the strength they can hold. The 8-inch ones, sometimes they're called zip ties, sometimes they're called, I'm blanking on the other name brand. cable tie is the generic name. Zip tie. Tie wrap. Okay, so tie wrap is a name brand. It's kind of like, it ends up being Kleenex at this point if you call them tie wrap. And zip tie would be the other, not as well name brand. The tie wrap ones are super nice, but they're super expensive because they actually have metal teeth in them. Dun, dun. So these are the ones I recommend. That the little bit of length gives you more to, even if you only use that much, you know, like you still have way more to move around. So it's easier to get, like, say if I need to get under these two, you have way more excess to play with. You know, so it's easier to loop this around here. Always turn your tie wraps to the side, and I'll show you that in a second here. That way they don't get in the way. I think Jay's 2 Cents talked about that in a recent video. Like, you gotta make sure to do that, otherwise they really add up, and they do. So let me grab over our second camera here. So that's what I did there. I'm just kind of keeping these, like, I could try and bunch this up, but I really want to keep it under this lip here. And it's naturally wanting to do that because of how I went from here down and around. So you got a little bit of excess here. But I tie wrap these two together, and what you want to do is you want to make sure that this head is turned down to the side here. Because if you leave them sticking up this way, they really add up and make the back of your case much thicker. Here's another reason why you might want those longer ones if you're doing like weird shit like this temporarily, or you just need a big loop to hold something. They really help doing that. Yeah, so because I don't have someplace to tie down here, I could put a stick on, but there's already a cable there that's already tied down. So that's just as good. If I recall, these pegs in the back here are for like rear I/O covering. The likelihood of me needing that, and I'll probably actually want it open, just to make it easier to access stuff, because it's a server, once again. But I think that's what these two pegs are here are for like a panel that snaps on to cover your, I forget. It's been a while since I've had the Define 7 and like the native original format. Excuse me. Alright. Now I gotta go find some small heat shrink here. Should have plenty of that. Alright. So even if you use some just basic small electronic stuff or stuff around the house, you want to pick up one of these. It has just, this is all 2-to-1 heat shrink. I prefer one of these in 3-to-1. Haven't found a place that sells it. I may just put it together myself. But yeah, so what you do is you go in here and you just find yourself whatever little heat shrink guy best fits these. Nope, see, that's too small. It's all the same. It's probably gonna be this guy. Yeah, it's a tight fit, but you want it to be real tight if you can. So that exactly fits on those. Especially when you're using 2-to-1, because 2-to-1 meaning it shrinks down to, it's a ratio of 2-to-1, so it's half. Or 3-to-1 would shrink down to a third, etc. That's why I prefer 3-to-1. It gives you, you can go over some bigger stuff and it shrinks down a lot nicer, tight around it. There's even 4-to-1, 5-to-1, and up. It gets real expensive then. Above 3-to-1, it gets super duper pricey. Yep, this just fits over this connector as well. These are very stiff wires compared to what's already in there. But what I'm going to do is, like, here's reset switch. If you're running, the only ones that need to be in certain polling and direction are LEDs. Alright, so that's where I want that. And because that should be the same for all, in this case we only have power LED, we don't have a hard drive LED. So I don't have to worry about that on this one. So we cut two of the exact same size here. Keep your little schnibbles that come off there, because sometimes they're quite useful. Worst case, you just end up throwing them out, you know. Looks like I got a couple in there about this length. Alright, now we need the heat gun again. The other nice thing about this brand was that not only were they labeled like power LED, hard drive LED, they were actually labeled with the plus minus as well. So you don't mess that up. Oh, this extension cord has seen far too much use. And used for things far too, you can see it's even melted on one of the plugs. Safety! Safety first, guys. Reset switch. Let's turn this guy on. Heat shrink down there. Now this is not going to shrink as nice as the other stuff we saw because it's only 2-to-1, but I picked a very close fitting size, so it should still be plenty shrunk. And I'll show you these once I'm done here. And once again, you'll be doing this once if you just did, like, say you have to put extensions on and heat shrink them like this, because more than likely any motherboard that you do is going to have the front I/O at the bottom here someplace. And if you choose the same brand, it's probably going to front I/O in the same spot on the bottom. Next up, we got the power switch. Power switch also is not directional per se, you know, like as in plus minus, like you don't have to line up positive and negative. It's just a switch, it just jumps it. Alright. Alright, let's get this rolling here. I need to, if I get my Stream Deck going, I really need to set up like a mute button for you guys to listen to this. All right. Last one here. This one's a slightly, I mean very slightly more tricky because it is the power LED, which you do have to line up positive and negative. Otherwise, what will happen is your computer will. I mean, power LED is a little bit usually because they can flip that. Hard drive LED, I would say, was even more important if you have that set up, because otherwise it's going to flash. It's going to be on when you're not accessing it and off when you are, which is the opposite of how you want it. Now, with all these different hard drives and stuff in here, hard drive LED is not too important for me. We're going to go with power LED. I'm surprised that Fractal doesn't have both in here, to be truthful, but whatevs. Do be aware on this set, for whatever reason, the power LED is completely split, like two separate wires, whereas the hard drive LED is at least a block that's connected on the female, or like the male end. Female end that you would plug in is still separate, in case you need to move them. Tighter in there. Urgh. Yeah, we're doing kind of the fiddly stuff right now. This really doesn't want to stay plugged in the way I want it to. Alright, I think we're good. let's get this going. Forgot to post on Discord, I guess, that I was streaming. Whoopsies! Sorry, guys. Alright, now this we'll just keep for future, like you can use this hard drive LED, it's for anything else if you want to, or need to, you know, it doesn't have to be a hard drive LED. Say if you just need to extend a power switch or something, it'll work perfectly fine for that. No reason to get rid of it, you just add it in your little extra parts pile. Alright. Excuse me. Now I'll get these routed and all nice. I don't know if I have any black sleeving, but I'm going to check. You might be able to make that even cleaner with some TechFlex sleeving. Maybe we'll put this away though. Alright, so I definitely have sleeving. I'm gonna get something to drink real quick here. I don't have black. I got pink. These are making for making network cables, and I like my here. What are we caught up in? Alright, here's all my sleeving. I don't have black. I got this like carbon gray that we'll probably end up using. Got a lot of clear down there. And I've used matches walls pretty well. Also Noctua stuff. I just kind of picked, some of these are on sale, so I just picked them up. Pink, orange, this kind of twisted color. These are for network cables, especially yellow. I like it when they stand out, so I can tell like which cables for which computer. And the sleeving to go on them makes them very nice for, like say if you constantly have to route it behind your computer or something like that, the sleeving will make it so that the cable itself isn't getting worn. the sleeving does. Now, some people complain about TechFlex. It is plastic, so if you like rub it back and forth a lot, it will eventually fray. But the thing about that, that's the TechFlex fraying instead of your cable. Now remember, you guys don't have to all go this far. I'm just going this far because I have this stuff. Heat shrink is much better for... I didn't show you that yet. I will. Once again, for these connectors, heat shrink is much, much better. Yeah, working on the server. Maybe a bit on the new home theater PC because we have to get that up and running enough to test that replacement 2080 Ti that's supposed to be brand new. And I need to build a NUC. And I might do the NUC next. So here's how the heat shrink turns out. You can use electrical tape, but you see how clean that is? So much nicer. And it's not going to come apart. Like I can tug it, you know, that's not coming apart. That's the whole point of using electrical tape or heat shrink. Because all there is that holds in there is these little pins. The same ones you see on your motherboard. So there's just a little bit of friction. Now that won't come apart. Now what we're going to do to make this even more clean, however, here's the same TechFlex I was talking about. I don't have that same stuff. I do have carbon though, which is better than bare wires. So we'll sleeve this up to make it less gangly. If you don't have the TechFlex, just use a whole bunch of tie wraps. Tie up right there, tie up, you know, roughly I use the length of my hand, the width. So every width of the hand, put a tie wrap to keep and then leave about that much on the ends to make it easier to plug in. You know, kind of like how I did here, if you look, that much, because you need to be able to manipulate them to plug them into the case. In this case, we're going to run TechFlex on all the new stuff, and maybe even past up to here, to keep it nice and clean with that carbon TechFlex. I wish I had black, but you got to do with what you got on hand. And what I have on hand is way better than nothing. You know what I mean? Normally, you'd probably only bother with this stuff on really high-end builds, but hey, I've got the stuff here, might as well take the time. Oh, and Mooski, if you haven't checked it out, look back at... Oh, you probably can't see the chat. My recommendation jams for people is this Your Song Is Good. Just because I can't play my own music on here. Just recommending tunes for people. Here we go. And I've also linked throughout the entire thing. There you go. That's my recommended soundtrack for the stream today. Your Song Is Good. For those who don't have like Spotify or something like that, there's a link to one of their more recent concerts on YouTube. I've also linked, not that matters to you probably because you're looking at rebuilding your system. Once you do, I'll help you with all that stuff, but there's a bunch of little adapters and stuff that I've been installing in here that can really make your life building much easier and your build much cleaner. Kind of like these, you know, rather than having to stretch this across the case to get it plugged in, you get yourself a nice little extension. I recommend heat shrink because it's not that hard to get. If you guys don't have a heat gun, it's for computer modding, super handy to have. But if you don't have one, you can always use a lighter for heat shrink. That's always an option. You know, whether it be a cheap Bic from the checkout at your local Quick Trip, or you know, a nice Zippo. But be aware if you don't use your Zippo very often, like I don't smoke or anything. mostly use it when I'm making fires. Wahahaha. It'll probably be out of fluid the next time you try and use it. Sorry about the crinkling here. I'm trying to find the end. There it is. Oh, and you're going to want to singe the end of this ever so slightly after you cut it. Otherwise, it's going to fray. That I can show you. So with TechFlex, it's plastic. If you don't singe the end, it's going to start fraying like that. So what you want to do before you start is get a nice clean cut. I use electronic shears because they're very sharp and thick. Better for cutting through thicker stuff like this. And then you get your lighter out and you singe it. I used to actually have that because when I had my actual computer set up to stream, not just using my laptop, I was using my secondary desktop, or even my third-endary desktop. I had a little Alienware Alpha. It's like bigger than a NUC. That had a dedicated GPU in it. My dad has it now for his AR bicycling now, though. Essentially like a mini home theater PC gaming computer. Foobar would automatically go through, but I didn't find a way, like it would tell people what I'm listening to. I did not find a way for it to like link to, what would be cool to do is link to like a website that has links for like Spotify, Deezer, iTunes, you know, where people can get it. Even though they can't hear it, but they could at least use like their Apple Music, Deezer, Spotify, Amazon Music subscription to listen to it. I'm sure there's a way to do that. I mean, because artists do it all the time. Come on, Gertrude, you can have your cat lunch. We got a kitty here that needs to get you your cat lunch. Right over here. I put it right where you normally go. Yeah.
It's the one that really stinks, so usually she likes it.
Yeah. For those wondering, I will show you. That was Gertrude. She's eating her cat lunch here. You can see her butt. There you go. Very stinky cat food right in my face. You know. Yeah, basically I know a lot of stuff can be done. I don't bother with actually doing it. Maybe if enough people watch it and we get big enough, you know, I'll bother with that stuff. But I think that's the right thing to do in my opinion, because there's no point in, like, say if you spend all this time, like, getting your stream to look as nice as, like, a big streamer who's probably paid somebody else to do it. And then your content isn't there. Not that my content's not there. I can't tell you guys that. Or you like end up not being able to stream regularly or something. Or that's what's, you don't want like the setup of your stream to be what's holding you back from streaming. Like, oh well, I don't have good enough hardware, or I don't have I just put. There we go. We're using the Blaze Orange. I had to pick this up. I saw it at Walmart. Blaze Orange Cerakoted Zippo lighter. And you just want to singe the end of your TechFlex here. That way, it does not come all unraveled while you're using it. Gertrude, you only ate half your food. What's with that? Probably because we're having a stream right now. I'll give it to her later. And I only put a very little amount of lighter fluid in the Zippo because we're just going to use it a bit for today, and that's about it. Here's what you do though, once you singed it. See, it actually doesn't fray on the end anymore, which is going to make it far easier to get around stuff. Now, you want to cut this a little long. Let's switch over to the main scene here. And what I mean by that is, because it has to expand to get over a lot of this stuff, and I want to actually go all the way up there. So we're going to go a little bit long there, and because there's a big bulge in the middle here, and right there, I want to go past this heat shrink over here. Just because that'll look way better, I think, covering up this heat shrink here than it will like ending it like right here or something. It'll look like there's a big bulge in there. So I'm going to go a little bit past that. You know, like about a heat shrink amount past that. Also, we don't want it to go all the way down the connectors, but I will still cut it down here. Because remember, we have to go over a bunch of stuff. And if I was wondering, on electronic shears, there's a little notch in here, right there. Very nice for cutting thicker things, or making sure you're doing one big chop. So this side's nice and clean. Just take your lighter and just singe it. Just that little bit. This lighter's basically new. I've used it maybe once. But then what you do is take your cables here, and this size might be a bit skinny for what we're trying to do here, but it's the only tech flux I have that I wouldn't have to steal off something else. So it's gonna work, damn it. The other thing you can do, and I probably will do to make this easier, grab a piece of electrical tape, wrap the ends. Is this 88 or 33? Okay. That way you're not pulling through like a big brick. You'll see what I mean in a second. Just like you would when you're kind of feeding a wire through something like in a car or in a house. You tape it up so you can kind of fish it through easier. And also in this case, these are like little squares. They're gonna catch on that tech flex because it's all little woven pieces very, very easily. So what we're gonna do is just electrical tape it up into a much thinner apparatus or end that doesn't come apart, and then you just peel that off when you're done. Yeah, see, much easier to get that. Get that through now that it's essentially stuck together. You kind of just gotta expand and push, expand, push. If you do this a lot with this stuff, you'll get more used to it. Like I said, black would have been better because it would have exactly matched what was already in this thing, but you can kind of just inch it along. And you might have to, there you go. So now that we're through, we gotta get it over this heat shrink area we've already done. Voila. I gotta undo this tape. I always fold over the end if you know you're gonna take it off right away, just to make it easier for you to grab and untape it. So you don't have to like find it, fish it and stuff. But anyway, I just kind of fold it over like that. Now you can just unpeel it very easily. I know you guys don't have a close-up on this, but there we go. I'll show you what it looks like in a second here. That looks good. So here's what we got. So goes all the way here, covers up that. Here's where black would have been nice. Also, if you have a, like that one's a much wider size, that means when it gets to something bigger like this, it doesn't become as unwoven and you can't see inside as much. Now remember, that's gonna be behind the case, so I don't really care. It's more to just keep these wires together all nice. This is way overkill for what this project is intended for, but I have the stuff here, so I might as well do it, is basically what this comes down to. I just gotta get some heat shrink. We're gonna use the 3-to-1 on this end. I only need a little bit. Here's where the adhesive heat shrink will be nice, to be truthful. Because that way it would stick to the Tech Flex, not just shrink into it. And then we'll use smaller 2-to-1 that just barely fits over on the front part. I think the 3-to-1's gonna be better here. Worst case, we cut it off and we go to a smaller 2-to-1. Yeah, it would have been nice to have a thinner piece of 3-to-1, but like I said, I gotta make my own box of that 2-to-1 with 3-to-1, and that'd just be nice to have on hand. Let's get you over to the other camera here, the Razer mobile cam. There you go. How'd that turn out? Probably buried till it's not stuck. Right there. Yeah, like I said, this is actually like basically 100% shrunk down on the 3-to-1. So on the 3-to-1 5/8. So having a smaller 3-to-1 would have been nice, but what you gonna do? Now for down here, we need just big enough to get over these connectors. Just big enough, I mean. hoping it's this one. I might even stagger it if I have to. Nope. One up from there. I don't have much of that. Of the 3/8 2-to-1, this is all I have. But that's why you keep your little schnibbles. That's enough. Because remember, we just need that overlap of that Tech Flex. And that's where a 3-to-1 would have been nice as well. 3-to-1 adhesive for this Tech Flex or going like something loose on wires. It couldn't slide then like it does right now, which would be nice. But you could also put a tie wrap around that, I guess, if you're worried about it sliding. Like you'd cinch it real tight with the tie wrap, but then the wires inside can't move. So let me get you guys a look at what we just did here. Here you go. I would say it looks pretty darn stock. There's a little bulge here from where I had to heat shrink the connectors together inside Tech Flex. Then where I went over top and put some heat shrink on the beyond the old Tech Flex. But I'd say that looks pretty darn stock. And I did all that because of how I wanted to route the cables. They weren't long enough stock. Now I should be able to run this wherever I need to. Plug them in however I want. Alright. Alright. I'm gonna snip these 2 tie wraps here. Alright, so now I gotta figure out where these go. Okay, front panel. Yeah, they were just short. Like, literally, I could have made it if I would have forced it up at that angle. Like, you know, straight to it, I could have made it, even with the way I wanted to route these cables. However, we'll just have to double it up. Let's get it to go through first, then we'll figure out how I want to route it back there. But yes, I literally could have used like a cable extension that was like half length of this. You don't have too much choice on that unless you make your own though. So, and those cable extensions I liked were pretty nice. Oh yeah, and while I'm over here, let me get CPU fan and CPU fan option plugged in. Until I figure out how I'm going to deal with that, at least they'll be plugged in and working, right? Alright. Apparently, most brands now are actually utilizing the same front I/O, which is super duper nice. Which is why like NZXT doesn't have split up front I/O without an adapter anymore. Excuse me. So you can get like an extension that would literally just plug in as a brick as well. But it all depends on if your case is new enough to support that, and your motherboard is. Alright, and for now, because this case is so big, once I get this basic stuff all plugged in here, we're going to need to use just power supply. I got some really cheap power supply extensions on Amazon that we're going to have to utilize just because of the... Ooh. Alright. Okay, so here's another thing that I will show you that someone keep in mind when cable managing. Alright, so I was going to like route this like that, but I shouldn't. It naturally wants to go up and around these. Like so, like that. And I can make that happen. I have to unplug what I just plugged in though, this is rather annoying. And yeah, that carbon doesn't match exactly, but looks way better than if it was just wires and manages much nicer. I do wish I had the thicker black like they have though, but you know, can't be too picky. That looks basically stock right there. Yeah, I'm gonna go basically, I want to follow all of these wires and basically go up and around. So I'm gonna go unplug from the other side and do that real quick. And doing this sort of routing, had I not sleeved that cable, would have been a big ol' right pain in the tuchus, I tell you what. So, well worth my time. Like I said, you always, when possible, if a cable wants to go someplace and you can make it happen, that puts less stress on the cable putting it there, and a lot of times it wants to flow where it should go in the first place. So that cable was long enough to go the way it went, up and around like that, so that's what we did. Reset on the bottom. That's this one. I do like that most motherboard manufacturers now print on the motherboard too the front I/O. I used to know Asus's old one by heart because I only used Asus boards for the longest time. But it is really helpful, especially to first-time builders, or just so I don't have to get the freaking manual, you know? Alright, so we're going to cut that. This is also why you get a butt ton of cable ties, because then when you need to cut this one, you can. And that's also when you get your pliers. Alright, here I'll show you another tie wrap trick. Yeah, generally speaking, you don't want a lot of stress on these small wires here. Use a tie wrap also to keep this USB 3.1 cable keeps being in my way, annoyingly. So I'm just going to tie wrap it up by these fan cables I put up before, just because I don't have that extension yet. So there's nothing I can really do with it for now. However, all of these are looking darn clean. I'll show you that in a second here. And I'll show you another tie wrap trick as well. Ugh. Alright. Yeah, I guess that works. Showed this to Mooski the other day. This by far is my favorite wire cutter for doing PCs because it's a very small head, but it's extended, so you can really get it into places. Patience. Doing your foods. I think Gertrude was looking for more of her lunch, guys. Her cat. Cat noms. Let's see if I can find you that wire cutter here. Well, you're going to have to keep your eyes out for it. I can send you the link. But they regularly go out of stock on Amazon. So if you can find other places that have them, let me know. But that is the one I use. It's the only good one I've found. And I'll recommend it to a whole bunch of the guys over on Twitter and tech reviewers, YouTubers, and stuff like that. They like it as well. I think Keith has one who just moved over to PC World. And this by far is like the only good extended one I found. I've used many others for years. They just wear out. I mean, they're cheap, so you can use them, but be aware you'll be buying, if you build PCs on the regular or use them regularly, like say if you're doing like keyboard building or stuff like that, electronics, you will be replacing the cheap versions of those, and or they'll come and not actually be able to cut anything. Because why would you need to make a wire cutter that actually cuts things, right, guys? That's unreasonable. Alright. And I'm not going to tie wrap up what's under this edge. I might eventually. But because I still need to get the fan wires under there, potentially. Oh, I never did this rear one as well. Did I ever add... Okay, so I did add more fan cables to the order. Because what I was going to say is, I don't know if I have enough fan extensions right now to get that rear fan going. You know, it'd be this guy right here. Because I have to get all the way to wherever these are going to go. I also haven't decided where that's going to be yet. I do have the... Gertrude, where are you trying to get? Little Gertrude? Hey, I know what Gertrude's trying to do. She's trying to do something, though. I don't have enough extensions right now to get, if I wanted to get from here, I don't think, over to there. I also initially probably can get away with just having the CPU fan in here. For long term, it's probably not good, but I just need to get this setup on it started ASAP. Gertrude's trying to get some stuff outside. Let me grab the Razer camera, and we'll show you what I did. Alright, so here is how that ended up. I would say darn clean. That's that carbon sleeve. It does show up more in the light here. If the light wasn't right on it, it probably wouldn't show up as shiny. Got that nice looped in by all these other ones here. That should be mostly out of the way with a power supply in. Let me spin it around. Oh, and here's... Okay, last time this looped through that screw hole. That is not how it is this time. I just tied it down here, but then I took the... This is why they buy the longer tie wraps as well. You take the excess of the tie wrap and you poke it through. Then what you can do is you can take the latch side of another tie wrap, or even one you've cut off before, and you just put it on the tail right there. So basically you're using just the tail end of it to tighten down the excess of this one and cinch it from the other side. It works quite well, and it's holding it nice and tight now. Also far easier to get it and take apart. I wish I had, I guess, either a camera person and or a better... I think a longer lens would do a lot better for this sort of stuff. And I could adjust the zoom on the webcams, but you can't do that on the fly, annoyingly. But yeah, basically you just take the end of the tie wrap. Let me grab two tie wraps here. I'm not going to actually do it. But say if you made a loop of this one right here. I'm wearing a black shirt to do it on my face. You do a loop with this one, and you got this excess hanging off. You can just take the end of another one, even one that you cut off, and just cinch it down on it. Then that'll pull that loop from the other side tight. So you're kind of pulling this loop tight to the case from the other side of the case if you don't have a tie down. But you have only one hole. That's a way to do that. And that's what I did in that case to keep it much cleaner. It was much easier to adjust also than trying to loop it through that screw hole. Yeah, I need to find some fan grills for this rear fan as well as maybe the ones on the CPU cooler. So I'll have to talk to MNPC Tech about that. Alright, I do have one other thing that needs to get changed here, and that is some SSDs. I got some better ones for this. Right now we're using 860 EVOs for 256 for the boot and 500 for the VMs/faster storage. I have two 860 Pro 500 gigs that are going to be replacing that. I need to run upstairs and get the electrical tape. So I was using brown to label this. And then I'll pull those out of the tray and swap them out. Probably get the power supply in then next and get like a very basic wire job in there just so I can start using it and getting software configured in it. Because until I get that USB extension, USB 3 Type-C extension, and some more fan extensions, and I have to decide where I want the fan hub, which I think where the fan hub goes will somewhat be decided by the addition. There's going to be 3 more hard drives that go in there. Those will kind of bottom out and require me to go around them still. And whether or not the fan hub goes on the bottom or underneath a certain area might be determined by them. Yeah, I'm trying to think here. Without all the hardware, you know what I mean? But I need to get the software up and running to get all the hardware in there. So it's kind of this, you know, that sort of. So, but we're going to get the power supply in there. We're going to get the hard drives wired up at least, even if it's just a temporary wire job, you know, because I need to get that thing working. Not dying, I swear. COVID. Yeah, so before I run upstairs and get the electrical tape, let me hop over to Firefox here. Okay, so here's the fan extensions. I'm also getting these, they call them FPV antennas. Those are just little guys. Because a lot of times just the wire for the fan, or for the antenna isn't enough, but I don't want to permanently put something in. We've got a Wi-Fi card for the home theater PC. I need some cleaning fluid for one of my pens. And that might be a Pokemon mat that's cheaper than normal because it's Amazon warehouse. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge for those of you that watch Pokemon polls. What I need to purchase, however, is right here. Gotta get that. I need the 45 centimeter one, so I'm gonna get that on order real quick. And I have bought from Mod DIY before. I bought a 4-pin graphics card PWM fan adapter to 4-pin full-size fan adapter. Worked great. All these really weird adapters, they're a good place to go. And the reason why I need that adapter I'm talking about is because I end up using a case fan on a graphics card. And case fans don't plug directly into graphics cards, for those wondering. They do free shipping. I don't know what the shipping time for that is. I know a lot of this stuff comes directly from China, so modscrew.com. What? Oh my gosh! I gotta share this with you guys. Nope. Yep, I gotta name my scenes. See this? Modscrew.com? They have all these custom PC screws. I'll have to really take a look at all the stuff on here at some point. But, yeah. That looks dope. I don't see anything on speed of shipping here. Do I have an account here already? I do not. Alright. Because there's registered airmail versus free shipping. And I can't really, I mean, like, this is not a vital, I have a feeling if it's coming from China, though, and I'm just getting base free shipping, it could be a month. But do I want to spend $10 for a $30 item for shipping? No, I'll probably do that. Just because it's also registered so you get tracking and stuff too. There you go, we got our order. Just saving that receipt there. Go. Just because I like to get that done sooner than later. I do have the fan hub, so if I do find a place where that I think that should go, I can get that hooked up right now, but I don't know if I will. I'll be right back with Gertrude. What are you trying to get, Gertie? I will help you. Here. So I'll be right back, guys. I gotta go grab the brown electrical tape since that's what I'm using to label everything. 2 minutes. But yeah, PC screws. Like those are like custom ones where you can get custom length and stuff like that. So I'll check it out more. Alright, I'm back. Yes, I'm back. Yeah. And we're going to swap over to the Razer Cam. And I will undo R4 and R3. R stands for Ryzen in this case, for those wondering. So these two are what are getting swapped to the better SSDs. I think I'm done with the heat gun for now. Ugh. Those are going to be, just because I ended up with some nicer ones. The boot ones may change as well. I have to check. I have some 850 Pros, but I think 860 Evos are just about as endurant as 850 Pros. So that may change. But I know an 860 Pro is for sure better than an 860 Evo. So, I can leave these in the tray. Just gotta pop this up. Pop this out. These are brand new too, so I'll have to find another use for them. Super easy, that's why I like using those adapters. They make ones that are full metal on top too. I just feel like those, I want to put this, they were like too tight. Like they fit exactly the maximum size of a hard drive when they have the metal top on them. And they're much harder to swap out the drive. This is, you just pop the top, pull it out, etc. So the one thing that you're going to want for doing this is we have our brand new 860 Pros here. You want a non-stick Fiskars titanium non-stick scissors, because we're going to be cutting some sticky things, electrical tape. Now electrical tape is not that sticky, but anytime you cut sticky things, I recommend the Fiskars non-stick. I had one for a better part of 10 years that it's been downgraded to the repair tool bag. You can get these for like a couple bucks at Walmart. Like this orange one with the comfort grips here. Closest you're gonna find on Amazon though is coming up here. And it doesn't look like these are even the titanium. Yeah, these are just the steel non-stick. I recommend titanium, but if you can't just walk into Walmart or another fabric shop, here's some Fiskars non-stick. This is a kind of a pair that's a little bit better. This is a titanium one. With the soft grip. I mean, it's not a huge difference, but having a pair of non-stick scissors that where when you cut sticky things, it might stick a little still, but for the most part, it does not, like, you don't have to peel it off the blade, essentially, if that makes sense. So we're going to do the exact same labeling we have on here. That's just so that when I pull the drive out, or like when it says drive blah blah has failed, I can just easily go in there and grab out whichever drive, you know, took the shit. Not like the shit, because that'd be bad. They are like, they're not the shit. Took the shit. being brand new drives, these have some odd scratches on them. Notice that when I open them up. Do not know why. So this one, we're just going to kind of go like so with over the edge and over the other edge. Good enough, right? It's a little less square than on the Evos, because the Pros are made just a hair differently. The texture, these are smooth too, and these are textured. You can tell it's just I think on the Pro it's a slightly older casing. Because technically it came out back in the day. 830 was first, but everything, really they changed it with the 840 series from Samsung. And that's where it started taking off. The 840 was great. But what really put them on the map was that 840 Evo, because it was a budget TLC memory drive that actually performed as good as the MLC drives at the time. Like, it might have not had the endurance, but it had, because at the time, if you went TLC, you not only lost endurance generally, you also lost performance. And Samsung changed that with the SLC write cache that the Evo drives have, as well as being able to use their rapid mode. As well as a bunch of other things. So they were really the ones that made TLC SATA 6 SSDs work first before anybody else. And you know, so ever since then, because the 840 was the first real good TLC drive, but it was held back by the controller. 840 Evo is basically an 840 with a better controller. Actually, even a better controller than 840 Pro, if I recall, or the same controller. Because the Evo got like stuff like rapid mode and that caching. The Evo got it before the Pro did, because the Evo would be garbage if it didn't have it. That's generally why, though. You don't want to run, and yes, I am in this case because it was a cost thing. But generally speaking, you don't want to run an Evo drive or one of the cheaper drives that takes advantage of those trickery, I call it, like the tricks to make it have good performance when you're doing weird things. Like if you're using a drive for caching another drive, you don't want to have a drive in there that has to use tricks of it or like internal caching in order for it to actually be fast. That's why like the Pro drives exists. You want to use those for doing like Pro things, or like RAID. That can really throw off some of the like tricks that these drives use to be fast. So that's why you get like drives that don't have that sort of stuff. And they did make in the past. They did make TLC drives that were fast, not as fast as the Evo, but in some cases more reliable. I like the OCZ Trion series, Trion 150. Have that in a lot of builds that I have done. And love those drives. Those are some good drives. And those oftentimes I would use in systems because we would use it as like a games drive, which would be fine for an Evo drive, to be truthful. Those are good. Evo drives are great for games because there's a lot of small files and stuff like that. But then we would also use for caching, like say if you had a mass storage drive, we would use that to cache the mass storage drive, which I wish you could do more nowadays. They've been slowly removing that as a feature. Both AMD and Intel have been. I think it was just something that people didn't use all that often, but it was super nice. So we would use that instead because the Evo drive is kind of garbage. Like, it's designed to be an OS boot drive. Once you start using the Evo outside of its prescribed thing, where they did all the optimization for that, and like how much SLC, like TLC, or even the QVO drives, QLC to SLC caching there is, depends on like the size of the drive, and it's optimized for a boot drive. Oh, it's all sorts of things like that. Yeah, that's why generally I avoid those for anything but boot drives, if I can. The Evos have gotten better over the years, like more reliable and whatnot, but if you're doing like weird things that aren't just like boot drives or game drives or something, or even if you're doing game drives, to be truthful, guys, until you start getting games that require that direct link to a PCI Express 4.0 drive, a QLC drive is plenty, like a 860 QVO or an 870 QVO, or if you got an extra NVMe slot, they got the 660p, 665p, and I got the 675p or 670p, I think. Or you got the Sabrent QLC, and they even have PCI Express 4.0 QLC drives. Like, those are plenty for your games. Until games, if they start adding that feature in for that streaming directly off of it. But then you're going to need basically like 980 Pro levels of performance, and enough for enough speed to be able to do that. So you can just have those specific games on there. That is why the home theater PC was built, even though it doesn't have Ryzen 3 or 3000 or 5000. It will eventually. It's only got the 2600 for now, and that's why it did get a 980 Pro, is because eventually, because it does have a 2060, and eventually I plan to get a better TV that does HDMI 2.1, then we'll get a 3000 or 4000 GPU in there. You know, I'm building that out for the future. Also, the 980 Pros do run very, very well at PCI Express 3.0, faster than most other PCI Express 3.0 drives in PCI Express 3.0. And cost-wise, since they're now TLC instead of MLC, they're not much different. So that's drive 3 done. Drive 4 is next. Now, what should I do with these brand new Samsung 860 EVO 500 gigs? That's the question. Those are brand new. I bought them for this build. These just happen to come out of something else that was planned and not be needed anymore, because NVMe is kind of killing off SATA at these like smaller capacities, like the 500 gig capacity. Why would you not go NVMe? And even with, as long as you have NVMe slots available, heck, even for like up to 2 terabytes with the QLC NVMe drives, it's cheaper a lot of the times to go NVMe. Only do this really if you have, in this case we have to go SATA SSDs in the server, because I only have that one NVMe, and I plan to use that as a cache for the big hard drive arrays, or maybe every array. I'm not sure exactly how caching works with the software I'll be using, but I have a 512 gig drive in there. But all the other PCI Express is being used for drives. You know, like either the HBA, the 10 gig Ethernet, or a graphics card. So I don't really have. I need to, like, you need to go to Threadripper to have a ton of NVMe. Threadripper, Threadripper Pro, or Epic. Even X570 would have more, but like I said, when I planned this build, X570 don't exist yet. So, all right, so these are going back in. Gotta get the hang of these drive cages. They're only one screw that holds them in. Almost as good as hot swap. It's just a little finicky, and so you know exactly how they do their thing, if that makes sense. There we go. Alright, so now let's get the power supply and crack that open. It's not even open yet, I don't think. Yeah, no. She's right here. This sucker's worth its weight in monies. Just put this guy on the floor for now. Ugh. It's even dusty, it's been so long. Managed to get this before the tariffs hit, and almost gave it to Frozen Slate because he needed one for his build. And it is a Seasonic Prime Titanium 850. Getting anything over this, even back then, was hard still though. That's why it's like not 1,000 watts. Also, the 1,000 watt on the Prime Titanium, way up in money over the 850. This was actually even on sale when I bought it back then. I know, crazy sale on a power supply. Never see that now. Now, the nice thing about Seasonic is, to my knowledge, any of their more, like, I don't know, I've had this them for a long time now, and they have not changed pinout for their cables on any of their power supplies that are full modular, at least. What that means is it's very easy to use cables. And for a build like this, I am going to want custom cables because I'm going to have so many hard drives in there. I'd like them to have all nice, nicely lined up SATA connectors. Like, I'll pay for one that does like all 12 drives or something like that. And then basically nothing else in there will move. So I can get custom length for like that floppy cable for the RX 480. Everything like that. There's a nice like power cable because it's a 850 watt. Not going to use that. Manual, sticker, all that sort of stuff. Don't need to worry about that. Here's something that's nice to have. This is a power supply jumper if you're doing water cooling, or just want to test if stuff works. Use this power supply to power something else or any power supply. These are super duper handy to have. It just jumpers the on to ground, really. For those wondering, in the past, because you just jumper the green to a black, you used to just use a paper clip. However, on these new power supplies that have all black cables, very hard to know which one's green. You know what I mean? Because all the cables are black. So we have all of our OEM cables right here. Normally I would just not even open this and use it because I have a custom sleeve set. In this case is taller than normal, so I don't know if a custom sleeve standard cable mod set would be long enough. Also, I want some custom cables. Like I said, I want all of those SATA all the SATA on the back there to be like one plug, ideally. We'll see if that happens or not. Otherwise, I will make sure I have them at the correct distance for using the capacitated bricks that I use, just to nicely route them together. But we'll use this in the meantime, and then because that case is taller, more than likely these won't make it. And that's why I already have it. I have one set of cheap power supply extensions. They're actually pretty good. When I say cheap, I mean I didn't pay much for them. You can get them on Amazon for it's like $20 for a full set. I mean, it's not like SATA extensions, but your 24-pin, 8-pin. I think it might have only come with one of those, but whatever. That's fine enough for now. And then 2 8-pin or 6-pin plus 2 PCIe. That's enough to get this up and rolling, And with the Seasonic Prime and a lot of other high-end power supplies, you always get them in the nice velvet bag that looks like it just disappears because it's lack of contrast with these webcams here. And they always knot it shut. I never freaking stood that. All right. And then here is my recommended power supply. Seasonic Prime. And this is specifically Titanium 850. Titanium does not come in anything above 1,000 watts. My system upstairs pushes over 850 watts. I have seen some issues with 1,000 watt power supplies. If you look at Linus with their 6900 XT, I want to say, they were having issues with overcurrent protection under an initial load with a 6900 XT. So if you have a big beefy system, like I'm running a 3080 Ti upstairs, you may want to consider more than 1,000 watts now. For a system like this that's mostly hard drives and fans and a RX 480, 850 is good. Probably overkill a little bit. But if you're looking at say a 3080, 850 is probably a minimum I would go. If you're going higher than a 3080 or equivalent on AMD, you may want to go 1,000 watts or even more. The other thing is, remember, I personally would probably take say there's this Prime Titanium 850, or you could get a Focus Gold 1000 watt for around the same price. I personally would probably take the 850 Titanium. I would trust it more. The internals are much better built. Not that the Focus Gold from Seasonic is bad. It is not. But I would trust the build of their Prime series. And they do have Gold Prime, because the Platinum Prime, which is what I will probably end up with once it gets back in stock for my main desktop, is up to 1,300 watts, I believe. And then the Gold Prime goes up to 1,500 or 1,600 watts. And I think that's why they later on added, because originally it was just the Prime series was just Platinum, and then when they added Titanium, they also added Gold. Because I don't think they could get those higher wattages in the Titanium, or at least in this size also. Do be aware the Prime series power supplies are a little bit longer. Do not, I have one of these in my ITX build, but I do purposely use it so I can use the fan as an outtake. These are not small power supplies, so if you're using a Fractal Define compact case, probably not a Prime. Also, that's probably not a very high-end system, so you'd probably be fine with a Focus level. Or, even if you look at, Corsair's RX or RM series, they're bigger like this, because they're a more decent power supply. When you get up to these 850 watts. The EVGA G series is in the smaller size. You can also get some more specific ones from Silverstone. Silverstone makes some very compact power supplies. Check them out for that. That's what I would recommend. If you're looking for a compact PSU, Silverstone. Oh, and then for those wondering, if you're not getting a Seasonic, Corsair, it's a bit iffy. They make some good power supplies, and they're known for making some good power supplies. There are original good ones made by Seasonic. Later on, mid-ranges like Channelwell, I forget who makes all their stuff now. Because it's per line, it's a different OEM, because they're trying to get it down to the price. Because once, a lot of brands do this, you get known for a good product. Once you're known, that's when you start trying to get your profits up, because you're selling it based on them knowing you have a good product, not actually having a good product anymore necessarily. Not saying they don't have a good product. The RM, especially their new RMX series, amazing. However, even in that series alone, here's one reason why I like Seasonic. They have not changed their power supply cables on their fully modular power supplies. I have everything from their like 520 Platinum fanless before Prime existed, all the way through Prime. Some of their lower, like more squared ones that are not the Focus series, as prior to that. All those are the same. I literally just, when a power supply goes, or if I think it's the issue, I don't even have to swap cables. I can just pop this out, tunk, tunk, tunk. They're all the same. On even like the RMX series power supplies from Corsair right now, the 1000 watt uses a different 24-pin cable than everything else below it. Which, why? That makes no friggin' sense. And it's because they use an OEM to make it, and they don't specify like, oh, even though we're using different OEMs, they all have to use the same connectors and stuff like that. So you got to be careful, especially if you're doing aftermarket cables with Corsair. Same thing with EVGA. EVGA is at least smart enough for like all G3 power supplies are mostly the same. All G5, all etc. So it's a bit better there. I tend to also with EVGA, you'll find them a lot more because they're very well known now. But a lot of their cheap stuff is cheap, but you can at least count on it not blowing up. Okay, so like they had a 600 watt, a 5 to 600 at Best Buy depending. That would, like, it was just 80 plus certified, not even bronze. But at least you knew it wouldn't blow up, you know. But yeah, otherwise if you were trying to build like a good, like use the good power supply, you want the letter ones from EVGA. So like G, P, T, none of that GX, GX plus, G plus, you know, just the base. And kind of the thing with the G line is because they've been trying to squish it and make it smaller. Ever since the G2, especially the G3, it's been going downhill in quality. But they've been making them smaller, more compact for the amount of power. So, you know, it's really up to you. Also, once you get into a lot of the Corsair ones, and especially EVGA, those cables are going to get thicker and harder to manage because they have capacitors in the cable to reduce ripple. Seasonic doesn't have or need that. So, you know, there's a good thing there. Very standard, like I said, Seasonic's just bam, the same on the back on every one. Now they might have more or less PCIe power or peripheral power depending on which model you have, but it's the same connector. You don't have to be worried about like, oh, I have to replace my power supply and now my custom sleeve cables don't fit, or oh, I bought the 850 watt cable, or I bought the ones for the HX series, but they only fit the 850 watt and under, not the 1000 watt. You know, like that sort of thing. Oh, dude, we got a banger going on right now from your song is good. I do use these to keep the cables in. A lot of times I won't even open these if we have a fully custom sleeve cable set. Just as a heads up, if you're buying from CableMod, when you buy full custom ones, not just like a pre-made set with a color for your power supply, like you can get those on Amazon through CableMod, that's probably what I recommend for you guys, unless you're doing a full custom build like this. When you're doing a full custom build like this, do not buy like a full set, because you don't need it. Buy like what you know you'll need now and might need in the future, because you can save money. Like, why buy 4 PCI Express 8 pins if you need 1 or 2, right? There's no point, but just buy just the cables you need. Saves a bunch of money. Especially because you can always buy more later, you know? Oh, yeah. In this case, oh, there's a power supply bracket. Where the heck did that go? Hey, Gertrude. Alright. Where'd you guys on the stream put my power supply bracket? Huh? What'd you do with that thing? Alright, we found her. In the very bottom of the case box. I forgot, this case also comes with the fan controller. It's kind of weird though, because it's not just a PWM fan hub, which it should have been. It's like got some 4-pin, some 3-pin. Because they only ship 3-pin fans in here, I think. Come on, guys. It's like 2020 or 2021 now. Just ship frickin' 4-pin fans in the damn thing. That way you don't need all, like, there's gotta be logic in that fan controller, you know, to convert that, like the PWM signal from the motherboard to the non-PWM fans and stuff like that. Wouldn't it just be easier just to ship PWM fans? Probably not. Easier, yes. Cheaper, no. That's, remember, it's always about money. What I think is funny, and you guys can, I'll flip over to this cam here. If you see here, there's still, see this rounded cutout right there and right there? That's for power supplies that still have the fan in the back of the power supply. I'm sure some person designed it so that it would be compatible with that, but I do not know the last time that a high-end power supply came with just a rear fan like that. Now, a lot of people are going to probably think I'm crazy. But I don't need any bottom intake. So there's supposed to be like a filter on this so that you can run bottom intakes and stuff if you want, or for your power supply. That way if you flip it like this, it won't suck in dirt from underneath it. Well, this is going to be on the floor in a basement. Maybe somewhat upstairs while I'm setting it up to be plugged in the dual 10 gig switch. But for now, it's going to be on the floor like this in the basement. I don't want it sucking up at all from the bottom. I'm just going to seal off the bottom of that case. So we're going fan up. So a lot of people, oh, why are you putting fan up? Wah, 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 wah. We're going fan up because of dust. Oh, and here's another pro tip. Keep these little baggies. These are the power supply screws that came in. You can tell they're power supply screws by there's little like teeth in them. That's so it bites into the case really well and grounds it. It's probably gonna remove some paint off your case, to be truthful, or some power coat technically. But it's doing its job if it's doing that. Usually I also screw these in with a bit more force. So let's say we grab our snap-on here. Normally I have her on 2. For power supply, we're going on 3 for the power supply screws. Just to, you know, and like I really don't think you need to be able to remove your power supply quickly. Sometimes I put thumb screws on it, but that's more for looks. You know, more than anything, that's what that's for. Oh, almost forgot a sticker. And then on here, there's also silent mode and not silent mode. On means not the fan is on, it means that silent mode's on. I always thought that was a little bit backwards. In this case, we're going to use that because it will only pop the fans on above probably like 50% or something then. And I would think most of the time we're not hitting that. And I should be able to get this thing down to be very, very quiet actually. Oh, this bit fell out. Alright, so we're in the bracket now. Yo! Is this pre-recorded? No, it is not pre-recorded. Sorry, I didn't see you right away, dude. I'm building things. And this is why Fractal's nice, though, because they leave that the power supply shroud vented. So that the power supply can be fan up if you want it. Or if you have a fan, like I will have a GPU flat up against it as well. It'll be able to pull in air. Now, it'll extend past the power supply, so you don't have to worry about that. But I will have a GPU hanging over the bottom slot of the motherboard, and I just realized that might be an issue. Let's find out. Let's hope it's not. Oh gosh. Yep. You have to remove the shroud? I didn't even do that. Alright, I already knew I was going to have to modify this, but I think I might have to remove the shroud off of this RX 480 so it fits. Yeah, you can ask me some questions. I'm just going to work on the server here. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm going to have to pull off the shroud off of this so it fits. Because we are most definitely, like, this black part here is hitting my PCI Express 3.0 right angle adapter. It never would have fit with the non-right angle. Maybe that means we'll end up putting an NUC fan on here instead as well. We'll have to see what size this is and if it would fit. Then I might need that small adapter I was talking to you about with the PWM2 standard fan. I don't know what size fan it would fit, but otherwise we'll just bolt on the MSI. It'll just be less efficient since it's not shrouded anymore. Alright, I'm going to pop the computer on the floor again so I can work on this. Yeah, ask away. I don't know what kind of questions you've got, but ask away. I need one of my mats to be able to pull this apart here. There we go. Just a silicone mat. Nothing, it's not grounded or anything. We're going to unplug. There you go. Unplug the MSI fan because that's going to be needed in order to get this out. Oh, there we go. Okay, so it looks like it's a Philips 1, which is fine by me. Don't I already have a Super 1? Okay, let's see. You sent over a question. What are you asking here? Oh, you're wondering, you're thinking about MPCIe, or later on it'd be M.2. So I posted a link to one earlier that I'm going to buy. I'm guessing it's the same kind that you are thinking of. Let me share my screen here. So this kind right here, this AX 210, that's called an M.2. You'd have to post what motherboard you have in the description, and I can see if it has an M.2 Wi-Fi slot for you. Otherwise, if it doesn't, they do make adapters for something like that to go into a PCI Express 1X slot, and then it will also take up a USB header on your motherboard. Might even be linked in this Like, yeah, you need something like this guy over here, Wi-Fi 6E AX210 PCIe card update for $35 right there. Instead, if you don't just have a M.2 slot like this guy has here. Newer motherboards, like a B550 will for sure have it. I'd have to look at other ones. But I can link that in the video for you. Be aware these are affiliate links. If you do pick them up, it does benefit me. I appreciate it if it does too. Yeah, if you link me your motherboard, I can tell you if that style will work. If it's not, what you're gonna need to do is pick up that style in an adapter, or pick up one that already comes in an adapter, like the other one I showed you. Be aware though, in order for the Bluetooth to work, you also need to use a USB 2.0 header. Yeah, and I was just about to buy one of those for my home theater PC over there. Not for the Wi-Fi, because it's going to have 10 gigabit Ethernet, but for the what do you want to call it? The Bluetooth. So I can use Xbox controllers and PlayStation controllers and other Bluetooth peripherals and stuff like that. Okay, so as far as I can tell, that did basically nothing to free the... Oh, yeah, there's... Okay, we're putting those back in. I'm going to have to, in order to get the shroud off, I am going to have to take the heatsink off, because the screws for the shroud are on the underside of the heatsink here. MSI, just so you know, this warranty void if removed sticker is not valid in the US of A. So... I didn't think I'd run into that issue, that's for sure. It's a new one for me. Maybe I go one size smaller on the bit as well. This is what? This is the Philips 1, so we need Philips 0 probably, or double 0. I don't have one of those easily accessible at the moment. So grab one. Do you have a Discord? I can send you a picture because I'm not able to connect my desktop to the Wi-Fi at the moment. We do have a Discord. It's linked down below. Yeah, otherwise, there's a PC repair channel. You can use that. Or you can tweet it at either of our channels. And I got a little magnetic mat. I got a little magnetic mat to put screws on here as well. Oh, you guys aren't going to see that if I'm on this side. I guess I can move my chair over to the other side. I got a Phillips 1 and a Phillips 0. I think it's a 0 so far, though. Might as well repaste it while we're at it, too, right? I'm going to have to be truthful. I'll find a better fan while we're at it. Who just got a comment on my 3080 Ti video? Oh, that's just a TP link. Yeah. Yeah, that'll go in anything 1x slot, 4x, or a 16x slot. Do be aware if you only have 16x and then another 16x, it'll knock your 16x down to an 8x, so it might make your graphics card ever so slightly slower. That one's fine. Like I said, otherwise, like I said, the one I would probably recommend, because it uses the AX210 in it, is this one seemed pretty good. Let's see what it comes with. Yep, so it requires a USB header. I can share that real quick. So yeah, the one that I was recommending right there does require a USB if you want the Bluetooth as well. I didn't have Discord open on my laptop here. I can post the link for the one I was suggesting. Realistically, it's just an off-brand adapter thing. But the big thing is it has the AX210 on the inside. Because it just has the AX210 on the inside, which is currently the best Wi-Fi adapter you can get. You might want to get, you like how that thing had like a little antenna stand? That might be nice. Oh, I'm not even signed into Discord on the laptop here. I'm horrible. How do I even do that? How does sign in Discord? I should Google it. How does sign in Discord? Just had a heart attack, Mooski. I thought you were headed over here because I saw a thing that said headed over there, but that's from the other night. But I just saw it now. There we go. Yeah, you might have to wedge it in there a little bit. Otherwise, you can just use the other 16x slot. Otherwise, my recommendation would be something based on AX210. I'm not saying that specific one is amazing or something. I just know like the guts of it should be good. Because, not that TP-Link one is bad, as Lenticular said there, he's used the Asus one before. I've used it multiple times. And the TP-Link ones used to be green. I used them back when they were that color. But ever since I've learned you can just adapt the M.2 to a PCI 1X and a USB port, it's the way to go in my opinion. Oh, that's the VRM heatsink. Okay, probably didn't need to take that off. Let's screw these back in. Who would have thought I would have to disassemble the GPU to make it fit the way I want? What you gonna do, right? Kind of thought it might happen because it's overhanging the like where all those connectors are there on the bottom. Very good. So you got the power supply in. I can't get the GPU in though, which is kind of an important step here. So we're going to try taking the shroud off. I might have everything here. I need to be able to fix that though. Otherwise I'll have to order up a fan or two and maybe an adapter from that mod DIY, which sucks because I just paid shipping to them for that, but thus is what happens with these highly custom builds. For now, to get this working, I could just leave that USB 3 header disconnected because it's the only one getting away, I think. And MSI here says warranty if removed. Yeah, that's not legal MSI, so... And I will fight you over it if this thing dies within warranty and you claim I voided the warranty. Anybody else want to go to battle with me to MSI? Yeah, fisticuffs. Yeah, I don't know what you would have in Denmark, because yeah, like you can get AX210 graphics cards like easy peasy. It's those adapters that are real finicky. But if you can get that, TP-Link's probably fine. Yeah, the USB ones are not great, and you're not gonna get that much throughput unless you get a USB 3.0 one. Yeah, it'll fit. In worst case, you have to use your 16X slot. It'll still work. You know. Alright. So, theoretically, yep, that came right off. That thermal paste is hard as a fucking rock. Luckily, the VRM does not touch the shroud. You guys are probably like, why are you taking your GPU apart to do a computer build? Well... highly customized computer build doesn't fit GPU. Also, I might slice this PCI Express slot right in half because I would like it to only require one PCI Express slot on the back, which is why I have the base model RX 480 that just has all the I/O on the back. If anybody can link me another I/O shield so I don't have to fuck this one up from MSI, and then, you know, then I can cut that one and put it on there, where instead of, you know, messing the one up from MSI and them claiming, oh, you voided your warranty because you cut up a piece of metal. You know, that'd be great. I'm hoping, and I'm not going to put new thermal paste on just to test this, but I am hoping that by removing the shroud, it will now fit. Even with those fan cables down there on the bottom. Alright. I need to measure what the gap is. And then I'll know what kind of third-party fan I can pop in there instead. We'll actually get better cooling in the end, probably. Quieter as well. Normally I would not want to have to do this, but yeah! Ruler. I like metal rulers. This one is really nice. It's an X-Acto. You can get it at Walmart if you got a Walmart near you. The reason why it's nice is because it starts at the end. Now, yes, starting at the end, especially when it gets worn down on a metal ruler or on any ruler, is bad because it's less accurate. You can always start later into the ruler. However, the reason why this is nice is you can do depths and stuff like that. Whereas a lot of the other metal rulers, to be more accurate, purposely don't start at the end. The one downside of this one is it is not printed where it's... Here, I'll put this on this camera. They did not think smart-like. So it's centimeters on the top, inches on the bottom. When you flip it, it's centimeters on top, inches on the bottom. Realistically, it should be this edge is centimeters. Same on that side. So you can actually use this edge or that edge. So, yeah. And you're like, really? You're going on about rulers now? Like, rulers are made wrong? Ooh, yes, everything is made wrong. You'll find that out. Because they would have needed 2 different etching patterns, probably, in order to make that the correct way double-sided. And the reason why that's important is, say if I need to measure this edge like that, but in centimeters, I can't, because even when I flip it, it's still inches. That's an issue. And I'll probably blow in people's minds now that even rulers are... So this is an 80mm fan. I have one of those in the back. We can chuck one in there and try it. We'll have to order up a thin Noctua probably. I'm sure Lenticular knows about that. He just ordered some up, I think. Oh, and here's why you always keep extras. This thing's probably burned out by now. I can feel that the bearing's not great. It's a nice scythe fan from back in the day, a Camaflex. You can tell it's built well, but it's long past its service life. However, I keep this around so I can test, does an 80mm fan fit there? And this should be a 80mm. Oof. It barely doesn't. You know what that means, though, guys? That means we get the Dremel out. Not this one. On the one that actually comes. And you just shave off just enough to get her in there. Because it is... I'm thinking this cutout, because this is probably like not milled or punched or something, is probably exactly 80mm. And these fans, not... like they're like 80mm fans, if that makes sense. But yeah, slim 80mm should be perfect. P-U-R-R. Perfect. Because the next size down for this would be a 60. Much too small. Like 80 fits, and it doesn't protrude on this end. Here, let's get you on the laptop. You can see that it doesn't, when you have it lined up on the end with the heat pipes, it does not protrude past the heat pipes on the other side. So this is really meant for like a full 80 mil fan like that. I'll just order a slim Noctua, and we might, on the edges that snap in, we might have to just take a Dremel and just that will void the warranty, be aware. I'm okay with that. But I don't know what we're going to do for now. This is a good question, yes. I might have an extra 60 we can slap on there for now just to keep this thing moderately okay. Or use the stock fan and attach it somehow. Before that, though, I'm going to reattach this heatsink without replacing the thermal pads and make sure it actually fits in the case as it is. But otherwise, and I will need, and I can see if I already have one, but I'll need that 4-pin PWM fan header to 4-pin case fan header for this. See, here's another thing. I would never use this fan in a build. This is a slim 80 mil from Cooler Master that probably came on something. I'd probably replace it with a Noctua or a Scythe or a somebody else fan. That's actually good. But you keep these for this sort of stuff. Oh, it's so close. Yep. It just need a touch of dremeling. And I would have to mark up exactly where. You know what I mean? It's basically between the two screw holes. Maybe offset a little bit. But yeah, from a height perspective, a slim 80, we can, if we switch back to this fan, slim 80 would end up being flush. You can see that there. So it's actually going to end up being a more compact and better cooled card once I get done with it. Hopefully it still works. Wah! Wah! I don't want to wreck this fan because this is just my one for test fitting things. So I'll probably have the 60 mil I have just so it's cooled at least somewhat. And here's this old school Thermaltake 60 mil chunky boy. That easily fits in here, and that's probably how I'll run this temporarily, like just like that, so we get some airflow over there. I wouldn't try, like, especially because the 80 mil almost fits and perfectly lines up. My guess is, like I said, since these are metal parts and the machine made them, they're probably exactly 80 mil, and those fans aren't. Or it might be ever so slightly less than 80 mil, but this is what I'll go with temporarily. Probably just zip tie it in. You know. And then I'll plug. This will just run on all the time via Molex. Or I could even lop this up and put a fan connector on there. At least so I can plug it in the motherboard. That's probably. Or I even have adapters that'll do that as well. Because I'm old school. back when case motherboards didn't have fan adapters and you only had Molex fans, once they started having fan adapters and I want to use the same fans, there were adapters that went from this to a fan connector. So I'll probably just use one of those so I don't have to mess with this. Of course, because of the era, they're in neon blue and neon green, because now you've seen that basic PC building turns into modding. Alright, so what I just mentioned to the guy looking for the Wi-Fi adapters over on the Discord is that you could also use, if you're never going to move your desktop, you could use something like this IO gear Ethernet to Wi-Fi, and it basically makes a bridge, and then you just use your internal LAN instead of using Wi-Fi. Like this connects to the Wi-Fi, and you just plug an Ethernet cable into it. So that's another option you would have. Especially if you're not moving it. Like I've used to hook up printers before that are only wired printers. You can use that thing. Be aware it is only wireless N. Other brands may make wireless AC versions. I'm not sure. That is the only one that I know of off the top of my head, though. They more probably exist. It's just not. I don't know the exact model numbers off the top of my head. So kill me. Yeah. Yeah, if you're wondering, I have done these sorts of mods before, guys, for these GPU things. That's, if I seem somewhat confident in what I'm doing, that is why. Not like 1,000% confident by any means, but yep. That goes that away. And this thing would power on with just heatsink and no fan. I don't know how long it would take before it overheated, though, if you know what I mean. I can see why they use that X bracket on here, because it is not level at all. Remember, when you're tightening stuff up like this, always back the screw up first. You'll feel or even hear a little click, then start screwing it in. That's so you don't cross thread your screws. Very basic trick that I picked up. Everybody should teach you that at some point, but if you haven't been taught that, that is how and why you do that. And also, always push down when you're screwing, otherwise you're going to strip the screw. Push down and turn, then turn. You're not pushing down to force the screw in, you're pushing down to make sure your screwdriver stays in the screw and doesn't strip out. Alright, so this is now in. What I need to test is if this clears and snaps into the server with its more bare. We have way more clearance on it, so I don't see why it wouldn't. Here you go, I'll show you guys. It looks pretty badass this way, I will admit. That looks much more like an old school GPU, if you ask me. Any of the guys out there that used to have like 560 series prior to that, you know, if we go back even older to like like a 5900 NVIDIA 5900, that's how that looks. You just get a bare heatsink like that. Over here's the VRMs, so that's the other reason why you might want, and I'll probably position the 60 mil more towards the VRM, because the air needs to go down under this and through to the VRM cooler over here. That's what the shroud was helping do. With a better fan, we don't have to necessarily worry about that once we get to that point. I need to make sure this, as it sits though, actually fits in now. I don't see why it wouldn't, but still hitting it? Still? Oh, now we're good. Okay. That clears, guys. That successfully clears. This Molex has to figure its shit out, though. Let me get behind there and out the back. There we go. So the Molex figured its shit out. So successfully, and I'll grab the Razer camera here. Here we go. This fits now. Sans shroud, we fit barely. The other thing I need to get is a single PCI Express slot over here, because you see this one's completely blank. Especially with the shroud off, that is not needed at all. Now, I've already determined that 80 mil will perfectly fit in there. Might need a little shaving from a Dremel or something, or a sand. I might use a sander as well, like not an orbital, but the other kind. For now, we're just going to slap a 60 mil on there, just so we can keep rolling. So the other thing I'm gonna go try and find really fast is that needs to be re-thermal pasted. I need to see if I have that 4-pin GPU fan PWM to 4-pin case fan PWM, because that's going to be needed for putting in that 80 mil fan. I'm sure a whole bunch of you think I'm crazy doing all this just to fit a GPU in a 4X slot going to a going through a chipset, because performance will definitely be hampered. But I want to pass this through to the VMs, is what I ideally want to do. And then that way, like a Windows VM can use it for acceleration or something, or even a Linux VM. I haven't played around too much with Linux, but I'm glad it fixed once we X-nay on the Shroud nay. Goodbye. I've done that a number of times. Check out, I have a very popular thread that was on Linus Tech Tips forum about fixing fan noise on a 750 Ti FTW. That ended up being a 92 millimeter fan. Oh yeah, this is an 80 mil right here, but it's shroudless 80 mil. So that's probably why a standard 80 mil doesn't fit. Hey Emmett, how's it going, buddy? Oh, and looking at the back here, this is a 12 volt fan. Make sure of that, because otherwise NUC10 does make, of these thin fans or smaller fans, they do make 5 volt variants as well, and some of those use that, not 12. Generally for GPUs it's not the case, because those fans need to spin real fast. What's up, buddy? Yeah? How's it going? Are you doing good, Hamlet? He's gotta get his pets, you know? Here. You wanna be on camera, Hamlet? Hamlet cam. There's the Hamlet. He's gonna get his cat pets, you know? Yeah, how's it going, buddy? Hey, dude. Alright, I gotta go back in the back and grab a bunch of stuff. This is gonna go just on the floor here temporarily. I thought I was going back, I don't. It might be in here, which would be great. This is my box of all fan stuff, essentially. Fan cable stuff, I should say. Yeah, those are just 3-pin NUC10 extensions. But I might have some more NUC10 extensions in here we could use up. Bunch of grommets, bunch more grommets. Aha! Oh, that's a 3-pin. Crap. I might have previously bought a 3-pin GPU fan to 3-pin fan header, not a 4-pin. So I just found it. I might have to still custom order a 4-pin one then. Yeah, that's what it's looking like. And I have a 2-pin already from NVIDIA. Or not from NVIDIA, from Noctua. I'll find a 4-pin GPU PWM to Yep. I only had ordered previously the 3-pin. I don't know where that went was a good question. I stuffed it back in here someplace. So I can at least show you what it looks like. There's fangirls in here too. I wonder which size these are. Look like 80 or 92. Yeah, this box, this thing here has a lot of stuff that I forget I even have half the time. Whoop, 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 whoop. I come back here. Okay, here's the... I don't know what those are for. Here you go. That is a 3-pin GPU on this side and a 3-pin fan on that side. And I have a 2-pin version that I used for the 750 Ti that I don't need to be like that anymore. However, I don't have the 4-pin, so I'll need to order one of those. So for now, though, we're just going to convert the Molex to a fan power and do that. Looks like I do have some more Noctua fan extensions. As long as I'm cool with the white ones, which I am. So we'll be able to do that rear fan. I don't know if I'm going to worry about that though, right now. Yeah, the Logitech cam is the overview. Why is it like freaking out? I know I forgot to turn off auto focus before I started, but I didn't realize that till ways into the stream, and I would have to stop the stream in order to turn that back off. So yeah. Oops. time is it? It's already 10. So, that will still need this. Can't go over here. So we don't need still. Okay, definitely haven't made progress, guys. Definitely have not. Because, well, kind of, I've made progress. Pulled things apart more instead of doing more. I need to go pull my car in real quick because it was outside. I'll be back. Then we're going to put together that NUC. I know you guys are interested in that. Just because I need to get that done so I can get that starting to work. We'll do this over by the Pokemon's cards. It's pretty easy to work with. Yeah, we'll do that over there. I have to figure out if you guys have an idea of what to use these guys for. These 500 gig 860 EVOs. I have no use for them right now. And they're brand new, or nearly brand new. I think I used them enough to test them, but otherwise brand new. Since I got the 860 Pros for the drives there. Eventually I might, because my desktop will be getting an upgrade, I might go away from SATA SSDs in there. They might end up with the 2 terabyte QVOs instead, yeah, which are, yes, lower end, but like we're talking about multiple times as much storage, you know. So, and because I will already own those. Same thing. Yeah, I really only use I'd love to have like 2 of these because they're way more configurable than Logitech Extreme Cam. However, this is a $200 webcam. Logitech Extreme Cam is a $200 webcam. Brio, or almost $200 webcam. The Brio upstairs that I use on my desktop, that's a $300 webcam. You know, so we're using what I got. You know, like right here, Logitech focuses on me really well. It's like when you don't have like a human, it just doesn't know what to do. See, it's just like... So, yeah, there's that. But I'm going to go move my car real quick. And just because I don't think... I got to write down what we need first before I do that. This needs to go elsewhere as well. Server, we're going to put back up where it was. That's not getting turned on today. Ended up running into more things than I expected. More unexpected things, I guess. I gotta add... I should have a sticky note thing around here. Yep. Let's see here. Oh, I had one over there as well. So I didn't have to tear that off. So I have one by the Pokemon cards because I do take a number of notes usually about things. So, some of the stuff that we're going to need yet. Let's head over to the Razer Cam here. There you go. Down more, over more. Okay, so stuff that we are for assuredly going to need is we need a slim, right? Whoa, it's a little tippy there. So we need a slim 80 millimeter NUC10 shaved down. Okay, so I got slim 80 mil NUC10 shaved down sides to fit. We're gonna avoid that warranty. Oh well, I mean, 80 mil NUC10. I need PWM. Then we need a 4-pin GPU PWM2 4-pin case PWM adapter cable. A reminder at the bottom here, replace RX 480 or 580, sorry, not a 480, 580 thermal paste, because we took that apart. I mean, I'm probably going to have to take it apart once or twice more to get that fan hooked up correctly. We need that 4-pin PWM2 4-pin case adapter. I already ordered that Type-C extension. Then we also need, what was that? That was the, single slot PCI bracket for reference RX 580. And I want one of those so I can cut it in half. Because I only need that one slot, actually, since we don't have the, especially because we don't have the shroud there anymore. But I realistically, because it's overhanging that motherboard, I don't want that to do with, and it's not attached to anything with the shroud on there. So you need that PCI bracket for the reference RX 480. I can't really do power supply cables until all the hardware's in there and I know exactly where it's going to be. Can anybody else think of anything that I might need? Fangirls from MNPC Tech. That's about all I can think of here. Oh, SATA cables. I need SATA cables as well. Right angle, slim SATA cables. So we need right angle, slim SATA cables X4. I think come in like a 5-pack, so that's gonna be easy enough. And then fan grills to match what I have up front. MNPC Tech. I might have to email him because I don't even necessarily need that big milled aluminum piece that's over top. I just need the mesh there that, and he has it punched out a certain way. So maybe he can make me just a couple of those for this. But I think that's all I need. And I could wire it up now, but I'm getting hungry. And that NUC needs to get built. So that is some horrible handwriting right there. So I'm gonna go with my car. I'll be right back in. And that Slim 80 it may not end up be able to be slim. I know they have a 92 that's slim. I know they have a 90 that's slim. I'm not sure about the 80. It may end up being black too, not Chromax. And I might plus black grill. I would like to have a grill on it. It can be silver. I can paint it if necessarily, but it'd be nice if it was already black. The hardest part here is going to be that 4-pin GPU PWM to case fan. I really hope I don't have to pay another $10 in shipping because I didn't wait. I should have ordered that Type-C adapter forever ago. So I guess I would have still had to pay then, but that's just super duper 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 annoying, if you ask me. So, give me 5 minutes here, I'll be right back. Alright, let's see. I'll be right back, guys. See you in 5. Alright. I'm back. So, the NUC. Thought I had this down here too, because this is my external SSD, 2 terabyte Samsung T7. I have like my tools drive and everything on there. Thought I was gonna get to a whole bunch more of this stuff down here. I'm putting benchmarks off in the corner, but when I stream like this, it's hard to do multiple things at once, like I was planning on. Alright, so here's kind of going to be an unboxing. That is a NUC. Here's where I wish I had my clamp and I could just raise the camera up to about there. You know, wouldn't that be nice? But this is a NUC10. NUC Mini PC, NUC10 FNH. So there's NUC11s now. But this is what I was able to get. This is an i7. We needed at least an i5, I believe. Because the i3 model, I think, didn't come with like a hard drive bay as well. And I used that to back up the main drive. Here is the NUC right there. Pop that open. Then underneath here, in this box here, is stuff like the M.2 standoffs, the power brick, which we will definitely need, and the VESA mount plate if you want to mount that to the back of a monitor to make your life easier. I think we're just going to need this M.2 standoff at most here. These are super easy. I love putting these together for companies. Because I found them to be dead reliable as well. Because there's not much to them. Granted, when they die, you're fucked. And what I mean by that is, well, you're fucked. There isn't like replacing a thing in here. Granted, generally these come bare bones, which is how this one comes, and I will peel all this stuff off here. These come bare bones, and what that means is that it comes with a CPU in the box, basically. In this case, these newer ones come with built-in Wi-Fi as well, Wi-Fi and Bluetooth, because that is built into the chipset that it uses. If you recall, the lower end B series from Intel actually added support for Wi-Fi built right into the chipset later on. That was with 9th gen, I believe. 9th gen B series. Same thing with this 10th gen. It also... Oh, okay, let's use the shorter screw driver here. You don't even quite that long. I generally, when building PCs, like the one that's that long, but this is a little PC. This is closer to like a laptop, you know. So I can show you what the inside of this looks like. These are great for, like, say if your parents or grandparents don't need a dedicated graphics card, but they like to have in a desktop, or if you're doing like a POS station and you don't need like a whole bunch of external shit on it, or you just need a kiosk. These, like I said, this is also an 8-core. So this is a 8-core, 16-thread beast of a machine here. In this case, I'm not going to disconnect that cable. That's where the hard drive would go. No hard drive in there for us. We're going with SSDs. I believe they're 1 terabyte. I don't have it here because it's still in the old system. because there was no need to bring it here. Now, there's the Wi-Fi, for those interesting, right there. See, it's integrated right into the motherboard. Whereas on the older ones, there would be a lower step on the M.2 down here, where you would then put the Wi-Fi, and it would go in, and then you would have to attach the antennas. And you would have to add your own Wi-Fi. That saved money in case you didn't need it. Oh, if you want an older NUC, here's an older NUC. This is a NUC5. So here's a 5th gen. It still didn't even have the plastic taken off. You can see it wasn't in that great of a place. You know, mini display port instead of Type-C, LAN, dual USB, micro HDMI. A little bit older. I will have a 4th gen coming. This one actually has Thunderbolt. I can show you when we're done, but Thunderbolt basically instead. And then it's full-size HDMI. I think they assumed a lot of people are going to use the mini display port, but that really never caught on all that much. It does have a nice FSP AC adapter here, so it's like an actual power supply company making an AC adapter. I'll probably repurpose that 5th gen. Now, granted, doesn't support this when I set it up, and I've already set up one of these for them. I will have to make sure secure boot and TPM are enabled. The other one is not like that. So yeah, we'll have to see. There's some other stuff I want to do for them to get them so they actually have proper backups as well, not just the file history to the external drive. And maybe get their I have to see with their security system if we can get that converted over to like a NAS, like a Synology or something. I don't remember if theirs are compatible or not. So next up on here, what we can do is you got RAM. First, ground yourself. These lights above here are they're grounded, so you can touch the outside of those. You got some external pipes that like conduit that's running here. You can ground yourself there. You can use a grounding strap. I'm not too worried about that. This stuff's pretty dusty because it was down here, and I've had this for far longer than I should have, which is why, like I said, I need to get it done. It'll probably just have a temporary install of Windows 10, like a clean install of 21H1 on there. I will be trying to image the previous system out of here so I don't have to do all that sort of setup. However, the old one is a 4th gen NUC, and we're going to a 10th gen. So I don't know if that was done via UEFI or how. So yeah, we will have to see. Here's our crucial ballistics. I didn't want to go with the ballistics, but because it's like gaming RAM essentially. But the cost when I bought this was the same or cheaper for the ballistics over the standard RAM, and this ballistics is faster. And it was faster in a way that this NUC can actually take advantage of it, because you can set XMP profiles and stuff like that in here. Or if you can't, it does up to 2933 or something like that, I think. And you can see some additional headers down in there. Like you can add serial ports, USB ports. There are companies online that make custom housings for these. Like they'll get just the motherboard and stuff from Intel, and then make custom stuff. You get a Philips 1 there. And yeah, you're like, how's that a Philips 2 and not a Philips 1? When, like, this is normally a Philips 2. These are special bits I found on Amazon. They're super thin. It's 4mm thick only for a Philips 2, and you can get them into, like, that long, roughly. And it's 3mm for this size of Philips 1. You can also get 2.5mm, but those only come in, like, really short little guys. I think I recently made a link for somebody for that. Alright. I found a link that I recently put up not that long ago. I say not that long ago, but it looks like it was in January. It doesn't feel like that long ago. Slim Bits. There you go. They're on Twitter, so no, it's not a direct link to Amazon. There will be links to Amazon once you get to Twitter, though, because that is where I found them. And I've done whole things. If you don't follow on Twitter, you should if you're interested in this stuff. Because I did whole big comparisons on stuff like different thicknesses of Philips 2 bits, how I found those, where I found them, what I was using previously. Like, because for the longest time I was just using these super cheap ones from Menards. Because they're so cheap, they cheaped out on how thick this is. But that was nice for getting in places. However, there became better options, or like these ones from NUC10 they used to ship. I've always held on to those because they're still Philips 2, even though they're skinny. You know, stuff like that. Okay, and then for the SSD, normally I would run a Samsung, and I wanted to. When I bought the parts, they were out. This WD Black, I am confident I run a 2 terabyte in my own laptop. However, I still usually stick to, and ideally this would have a 980 Pro in it. This is only a 500 gig, so if they ever need to go any bigger, we can. You know, like... and then I'd probably go with the 980 Pro. Right now, this is being configured with what I would consider to be the minimum. This is min spec, not the CPU, by the way. CPU is over spec, but we couldn't get, with how hard it is to get components right now, I could not get what I wanted, which would have been a quad core i3 would have been plenty. But then the i3 NUCs, at least the default ones from Intel, do not come with hard drive support, like SATA. They don't come with the taller casing, at least that I could find anywhere. And then the i5s were flat out of stock. And they were more about getting this done quick with the previous one. And then once that one worked, then they wanted another one. Now, the quick hasn't really happened with the second one, I'm afraid. Yeah. That is my bad. I'll admit that. I'll keep this crucial thing because that's nice. It's nice and slim for laptop RAM. This is overkill for an M.2 though. This black. I know they need to sell things, you know. But yeah, so there you go. Stick some RAM in it. Stick an SSD in it. If you're buying this one, if you're buying the taller one, you're buying it to have a SATA drive compatible. You could put a big hard drive in here. Otherwise, like these, a lot of times are going in places where like you really don't want a hard drive. Stick a big SSD in here. They're not that expensive, especially if you go with like a QVO from, like say if you need a 2 terabyte or bigger, I'd probably go with a QVO from the likes of Samsung. You know, like a 870 QVO. And then remember, for backup drives, you generally want twice as big as your boot drive. I believe, because I'd already upgraded their previous systems to 500 gig drives, that was at the time when we switched from 750 gig WD Black hard drives for backup to the 1 terabyte, I think it's like 860 EVOs, for the backup drives. So I'll just be, once I get there, once I make sure this is the image and stuff, I'll just swap that backup drive over to here. And pop that in here. So nothing too hard there. The old systems really, they did all eventually get upgraded to 16 gigs, 500 gig boot drives, and equivalent backup drives. The issue is that hardware I knew was coming to an end before even Windows 11 was announced, but now it is for sure. I'm pretty sure the like custom video recording desktop. I built them. I'm pretty sure that is what do you want to call it? Like that's 4th gen for sure. It's actually a Xeon with a B series board, like the business series board. Because that was a really popular thing to do back then. It was way cheaper. Like you could get a i7 equivalent for the price of an i5, as long as you didn't want to overclock. And if you're using a B series board, can't overclock anyway. One thing to be aware of: no RAID on B series boards. H is that was what I was thinking of when it includes Wi-Fi and stuff. And then the other NUC that this will be replacing, I think I said it was a 4th gen. I think it might even be a 3rd gen. Either way, it's like the oldest one that's been there. It's the least heavily used. Like it's used all the time, but like the user on it just isn't that heavy. I put in the more RAM and the more storage, just kind of keep it going. But now they have newer software coming in that's going to require this guy, like the more performance, newer graphics and heavier performance. Here's the other thing with these: since they have Thunderbolt, you can always do, like, if they decide they would need an graphics card, you can do an external graphics card enclosure. I know it's not as optimal as like a big old desktop, but it's doable. You know what I mean? But I doubt that'll be a problem looking at the specs they sent me. So now I just got to I had one of these come in that was bunk. Meaning, like, I popped the stuff in there, booted once and never again. I got an SD card reader on this side. I do not know if that's UHS 2 or not. I haven't looked into that, but that's kind of handy. But yeah, so I might be talking more about their stuff eventually. Yeah, this is going to go over there. Nice Type-C on the front there. Super speed. That's USB 3.1, 10 megabit. Same thing on the back for those two USB 3 ports. I wish they still kept the USB 2s. I think one of the headers inside there is just a standard USB 2. Full-size HDMI now, though, which is importante. Now, where they have this, however, I'm going to have to probably get them a dock or something that goes from Thunderbolt, or probably just DisplayPort, to another HDMI. I'll have to see, because they hook this up to a monitor. So that is a thing that needs to be dealt with. But I'll worry about that once it's all set up. I'm also, imaging-wise, I think that's because it's so old. It's even Haswell would have been the first, really, that you would have done a UEFI install, and that was a Windows 7 upgraded to Windows 10. I don't know if that's going to go on here or not. With a clone, is what I mean. Especially because the new one will be NVMe, and non-UEFI cannot be NVMe. That's another thing. I don't know if you guys know that or not. When you have an NVMe drive, you cannot do a non-UEFI install of Windows. It will not work. Like you can't do a CSM or a BIOS install, because it cannot see the NVMe as a boot drive. That was an issue with Windows 7. Now with Windows 7, you can still see NVMe drives, just not as boot drives. And there are some original PCI Express drives that are not NVMe. Those will work as boot drives for Windows 7. But that's so rare. We're going back a long, long time for that. But yeah, I'll see if there's a way to image this from that BIOS install to a UEFI install. Otherwise, with Windows 11 coming up, this will need a UEFI install with TPM, with Secure Boot. So now might be the time to clean install it in preparation. I do still want to give the clone a try to see if we can get it working, but I have a feeling it won't happen. But it's worth a shot, you know what I mean? Alright guys, well, I'm going to call it quits here. I'm going to try plugging this in myself over there and see if it works. And I gotta get some food and head to sleep. So you guys have a good one. Hopefully you enjoyed the stream today. We went on for a number of hours. And expect more. Expect more of this sort of stuff. Because obviously that server's not done. That's what I'm be doing on the couch while I watch some TV and eat before I go to sleep, is finding that list of stuff right here. I'm going to slap that right on the wrist rest of my laptop here, so I know to go find it. and get that stuff on order. The one other thing that I'm going to do, because it needs to get ordered ASAP, is the Wi-Fi antennas for the home theater PC's motherboard, so I can get that Wi-Fi card that you sell in the cart installed. You're going to have to miss that, I guess. I'm basically just going to run a cable, kind of like how I showed you how to measure for that other cable, and order antennas with a cable of that length, or maybe a smidgen longer. Because the ASRock board, when you order it not with Wi-Fi, it comes with the cutouts for antennas, but it does not come with the cables for the antennas. And you can get those on Amazon for cheap, but I have to measure like what length is needed essentially to cleanly route it and whatnot. So, you guys have a good one. Hopefully we'll see you in the future, probably next Friday again for some Pokemon pulls and you're into that. See you then, Mooski, hopefully. We'll have a whole bunch more to open up, hopefully. I want to get myself a Chilling Reign booster box. I might be calling around some local places. You guys have a good one.